Mm. Hello, chat. It's the final stream. We are grinding for the mountaintop. Looking for this exact role, but with auto-loading instead of demolitionist, and maybe shiny. That'd be cool if it was shiny. But, if it's not, that doesn't matter all too much. So, that's what we'll be doing, is Onslaught. Fucking hell, I hate this game. Okay? I hate this game. Hello, Mona. I know I said I wouldn't get back on Destiny, but one of my friends forced me onto Destiny to help them with something, and now here I am. Should I get off of Destiny? Yes. Should I just take my break until Lightfall? Yes. Should I be content with my demolitionist mountaintop? Yes. Am I? No. It is crazy.
Good work, Guardian. Your light is strong.
So yeah, this stream may go until 7 o'clock on Monday. It may leave early. I have no idea. So, chat, we are going to sit here and mindlessly play Destiny for the last time of this DLC. Oh yeah, I should also probably grab Tessellation out of my vault and be using Tessellation during the campaign. Where is Tessellation anyway?
Execute all targets. And make sure you're still standing when the dust settles.
It would seem I don't have a tessellation. Well then. Tessellation. Dorito, Dorito. Dorito, Dorito, Dorito. Solar tessellation. A righteous infliction of retribution. Oh, I'm locked out. Great. Excuse me. Why'd you hear what? I'm not watching anything, so if you hear something, that's all you. I'm not even talking either. Just me using this busted-ass fusion rifle that does funny things with funny numbers.
Good work, Guardian. Your light is strong. Can I get some special ammos? Best your opponents and survive. Victory is a matter of will.
Okay. The mountaintop! Oh, so close! So close! Overflow is fine. Overflow is another nice one to have. I just need auto-loading. Wait, did it have a linear compensator too? Nah, it didn't have the right barrel. Oh well. Holy crap, wait, that gave me my entire grenade back. What the fuck? What does this gun do? Final blows grant grenade energy. Consume to load a large projectile shape language that generates an elemental explosion on impact. Huh. This weapon instrument topology adapts its damage type to match your equipped subclass. Oh my god, wait, it has prismatic too. That's what the pink is. Well, this is fun, chat.
opponents and survive. Victory is a matter of will. Obliterated them. Love it. Put your enemies down before they do the same to you.
Bunny, hop across these and keep it going. Maybe you'll get the mountaintop. I need this one. I still gotta keep going till I get another, like... How many more of these do I need? Like... 150, maybe? Did I really get... Did the switches really soft lock? Holy shit, I think it's soft locked. Really, I hit it and it didn't start the encounter? Really? No, that one's not resonating. It doesn't actually exist. That was a fucked run. That was fucked. Back to the grind, back to the grind. I've got 12 hours. That's what I need. 10, 50, 100, 130, 150. I need 150 trophies of bravery.
Fight like it. Show me everything, God.
What the hell?
Show me
What the hell? What is this mountaintop movement tech? Saku with no brim! Saku with no brim! Yeah, these guys can handle it on their own.
Good work, Guardians. Your light is strong. and survive. Victory is a matter of will.
So, chat, I'm sitting here laying down with my head in a pillow, mindlessly playing Onslaught until I get a good roll of Mountaintop, and we're going to continue doing that. I could be mindlessly playing Salvage and finishing my seal, but whenever I get into a Salvage and don't just AFK it, I get freaking error coded, so I've decided not to do that.
Remind me to bring you along the next time I feel like roaring.
It's up to you. Do you want to go find and kill a dragon?
Put your enemies down before they do the same to you.
Okay, it's finally time for the ×10 recombination mountaintop shot. That wasn't really... Oh my god, never mind, that was a lot. What the hell?
Fort well! Nothing held back as it should be. Though, you can always throw more grenades.
Hold down the trigger on Vex and win. That is my plan here. Okay, so tapping the square button while holding Vex, like, royally fuck. I got my mini rocket. Whoa. I'm already getting tired. That's a shame.
This is a gauge of pure combat potential. Make me proud. Total rout.
Chat. Back to mindless destiny. If I go quiet, it's not because I'm muted, it's just because I'm not talking, because I'm not paying attention. I will try to respond to your chats if you make any, Mona, but no guarantees I'll catch it the first time. Oh, hey, David.
Go to bed, man.
I almost have a perfect... my first mountaintop was almost perfect. You want to hear what it was?
Sure.
So the first one was linear compensator, spike grenades, demolitionist and recombination, and then the second one...
Implosion rounds instead of spike, right?
Why do you want implosion? Spike does more damage.
No, that's actually the opposite, my boy.
Well, I mean, I think it hasn't... Well, the second one I have... What's the other... It has implosion rounds too. It has.
I'm gonna put it like this. The less blast radius you have, for some reason, the more damage you do.
It does both spike. It has both spike and implosion rounds.
Yep, just go with implosion.
But then the first one was demolitionist, and then the second one was. But doesn't spike do more damage? On direct hits, it does more damage.
Yeah, that's on direct hits. It's just for some reason, implosion just does more for some reason.
But linear compensator is the best.
That's the same with heavy geos too.
But linear compensator is the best barrel for it, and then it also increases blast radius, doesn't it?
I don't even know. I'm gonna look at mine because this is my mountaintop. Yeah, mine is just hard launch implosion. That's all it is. Because even though I have high velocity rounds.
Hey, look! Speaking of mountaintop, another overflow recombination, and this one has either high velocity or implosion rounds.
Yeah.
And a reload masterwork, so that one's probably the best one yet. So I don't want spike grenades at all.
No, you don't. No, you don't want them. It's not
unless I'm using it in PvP.
I guess so. I know when it comes to edge transit, you probably want to go with more velocity, or if you want to.
Well, my edge transit's already fine. I'm just gunning for a near perfect mountaintop now. But
Yeah,
spike rolls is spike grenades is still listed as the god roll.
Yeah, I know. Look, I'm gonna say this: spike nades are not bad at all in the slightest. It's just that there's better options. Don't get me wrong. You're only getting.
So I still want one with spike nades. I just want one with spike nades and another option.
Or in this aspect, you will want spike nades for your edge transit. Because let's just say, oh, you have high velocity rounds on, and you got envious assassin. Oh, let's just swap to spikes to get a little bit more damage.
Damn it, it gave me a succession, not a mountaintop. Screw you.
Yeah, even though it's not really much, but...
Oh my god! Wait! Gold mountaintop? Fuck! Demolitionist, recombination, linear compensator, implosion rounds with a blast radius masterwork. So it doesn't even matter that I have implosion rounds on because it has 100 blast radius anyway.
Implosion rounds decrease the blast radius. So yeah.
Even with implosion rounds, it still has 100 blast radius.
Yep.
So just keep the spike grenades on this one.
I guess so. But
this is basically just a gold variant of the one I was using, so I'm just gonna go ahead and put this one on.
Why the fuck do I got 999 kills on this damn edge transit?
I mean, I got my shiny mountaintop, so I mean, I guess I could technically stop, but I want a better one.
No, you should stop. Anyway, oh shoot, I was about to say you should peep the drip, cause your boy got that prismatic look going.
Oh yeah, now we know what the pink was. You know how everyone was like, what's the pink on tessellation?
Yeah.
Now we know what the pink is. Do you think that prismatic will have its own damage type?
No. I mean, the amount of testing that everyone done, or the people that got invited out, either they held that as a secret or there's none at all. Which I'm probably going with that. I don't know.
I mean, I have a golden mountaintop that has a decent roll now. I could quit. But should I go for one with lower blast radius so it does more damage because I want this one for DPS rotations? I mean, I'm going to keep going anyway. At least for a little bit longer until I get tired. I'm not going to be able to finish my Aquanaut seal because for some reason deep dives keep... not deep dives. Salvage keeps kicking me out of the mission and error coding me.
Can't wait to have a 300 season pass. That's gonna be interesting.
So what are you doing right now?
Um, admiring this last season before it goes away.
You want to do salvage?
No, but I'm down for some onslaught. Even though I got
No salvage?
no salvage. I'm good.
You won't help me with my seal?
As much as I love that season, I'm good.
Would you rather help me with salvage or deep dive?
It's a double whammy. And a double no. It's
Come
so
on!
fast. Either open up your fire team or invite me. One of the two.
I only need to get 10 reputation with the sonar station before 7 a.m.
Well, I'm not gonna be on for that long. I got stuff to do in the morning. I'll probably get it to 12, 1 o'clock.
My body's doing the thing where it's just spinning in space again! What the fuck? Oh, ADU destroyed. Fucking Tormentor killed it.
Come on, buddy. Let's do one singular.
I need another 130 trophies of braveries to finish off the Hall of Champion. If we can get another person, I'm gonna see if I can get True Dark Seed in here. And we're gonna do a legend one.
Regular main. No, we ain't surviving in legends.
But if the ADU breaks in legend, it doesn't kick you out. It just removes your bonus chest.
You are severely wrong because a couple of nights ago when Meandre Carson was doing it, we got kicked out.
It's not supposed. Then why does it give you a freaking thing that says you lose a bonus chest when the ADU is destroyed?
I don't know. This is not supposed to be a thing. Because what bonus chest?
I sent the True Dark Seed a friend request, or not a fire team request. I haven't done a legend one yet. I need to get at least one run of legend in.
What bonus chest is she talking about? You talking about the second one or the third one?
I have no idea.
Because obviously in regular you get one. In legend you get two after 10. Or no, you get two each of the 10 waves. So like 10 you get two. 20 you get two after you defeat the boss.
So it's really good for grinding trophies of bravery.
Pretty much. And when you get to 50 you get three.
Well, I'm going to take us to the helm real quick so I can check my thing, and then I will find us a third for legend, because I need to do a legend, because the faster I get these last 120 trophies of bravery, the faster I can go finish my Aquanaut seal. Because I really think I can finish it, I just got to do salvage. Because both salvage and deep dive give the same amount of rewards, right? For reputation rank?
Again, Ian, I don't know. I've been max rank in regular, so I can't really tell you. Probably just have to look something up.
I'm also going to check what my reputation rank is, because I have 2 triumphs left. Rank reset, and the hit rank, whatever it was. I think it was 12 for the seasonal challenge. Hey, look, another mountaintop. Demolitionist Rampage. Get out of here. I do need to keep one mountaintop with sticky grenades for, shenanigans.
I got a waking visual with perpetual motion opening shot. Poor range, so you're not being used. And I got a Eververse Engram. Yay. Let's see what it is. Can't wait to get nothing. Oh my god, I got the bad scene emote. Oh my god. Whoa. Hold on. Where's my emote? There it is.
Interact with the sonar station. I'm rank 9. Oh, it's going faster than I thought it is. It's only 825 a level.
Man, peep the emote I just got.
Give me a second. I gotta check my deep end. Okay. This may not be as bad as I thought it would be. Oh yeah, yeah. So did you get that out of an Eververse engram?
Yeah, just did.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah, peep the prismatic.
Yo, I also got an exotic out of my Eververse engram. What the fuck sparrow is this?
Let me see.
Gigantes Roamer. Alright, while we wait for the True Dark Seed, let's run a couple salvages. I need 8 more levels, and we are done. Like, that is all I have to do.
The question is, man, have you peeped the prismatic drip? Because your boy got that shit early.
Oh my god, you're using that shader.
Yeah. Don't look bad.
Alright, anyway, it's time for salvage.
No.
Please.
No.
Just to... Please.
I'm playing. Start the damn shit.
I don't want to do it alone. I need at least one person that I can rely on in these things. I know they go quick, but, like, still. It's 15 minutes a run, dude. Holy shit, my Titan still has Umbral engrams.
Same thing, but for my Hunter. I think my Warlock, too. And they're gonna stay there. They ain't getting removed.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Anyway, I'm just gonna run my new beautiful Demolitionist Recombination Mountaintop. You wanna know the funny thing? I don't think my drip... I may change a drip for Prismatic, and it'll still be my thing where my cloak matches my scheme. I'll just need to find a rainbow glowy cloak to go on the Ghost of the Deep cloak, because it's like the best for... This is the best armor set for coordinating shaders with subclasses. The Ghost of the Deep class items are fucking awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Hunters have the best one, obviously, but when don't we? When don't we have the best class item? Except for that one season where we got that weird one that's like the Japanese samurai head bun. That was pretty awful.
I got a retold tail with a surprisingly good roll. It's hitting 100 range. Why am I getting ass blasted? Anyway. But Ian, I got a retold tail with slide shot, killing wind, smooth bore, and accurize, and it's hitting 90 range. Just chilling. Come on, peeps, where are we going? Yeah, level 100 Mafia boss. Yeah, I'm leaving.
No! Oh my god, wait. His name is level... Kratos.
And we got, yeah.
Kratos, Kel of Sparta. And his clan is Lord of the Rings, and the clan name is just a bunch of hobbits. That's, like, absolutely fucking perfect. You know, if we just do this and forget about it, it will go much.
I'm just listening to my music and calling it a night.
Dude, I've been doing this without my headset on and just watching YouTube videos while doing salvage.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to do that right now. I think I'm going to turn on Bife's lore video and listen to Bife's lore video again while I do this, just to keep me sane.
This is really what I do ever since I've been running Onslaught. Sadly, I just have the same song going on repeat. I mean, it's not as bad. Am I the only one who's doing the bombs? They still call me there. Young boy, level 100 mafia boss. Just defuse the bomb. You would think he would arm it. What is that nonsense? Oh, what's this? Ooh, your boy about to be cooking with the edge.
The beginning is, of course, where we should begin. But what truly happened at the beginning of our story is the subject of much debate. Legends and myths of old tell us of how there was a place before time and the universe, known as the Garden. Within this garden there stood a tree of silver wings, and vast meadows of potential and metaphor. Within the grove there were two figures. First, there was a gardener, who during the long days would seed life in rapturous celebration. Throughout the garden, this life would grow and bloom into many wild forms.
I'm actually glad this voice search, at least it makes some things fun.
And with a scything blade, cut away the chaff from
Was it
the wheat.
slower too?
The gardener
No, it's
and the
stasis.
winnower are rumoured to have existed in this cycle for untold eons, until the gardener grew dissatisfied with it, believing it to have grown repetitive and unremarkable. Across this game of existence that the gardener and the winnower played, a single repetitive pattern always emerged. It was always the winning play, the final shape that defined the form of victory. The gardener insisted that there should be a new rule that allowed for new complexity to also find success. The winnower disagreed, stating that from this idea, unnecessary suffering would be born. From this disagreement, conflict brewed between the gardener and the winnower. Their conflict brought about the creation of the universe. The garden fell into ruin. The gardener and the winnower fought and brought down the tree of silver wings, and left its stump to smoke amid the meadows. If rumors are to be believed, this conflict also brought about the escape of primal patterns that survived and took root in our universe with an aim of survival at all costs. These were known as the Vex, and though you might know them by their brass frames, they are actually the tiniest of molecular life, built into a connected consensus, radiolarian structures creating grand designs. This story of the gardener and winnower and their conflict was told to us through some of our first interactions with the Black Fleet, the great pyramid vessels of our most ancient enemy. It gives us some of our only potential ideas about what occurred at the start of the universe. Whether this story is true or not is still debated to this day. But what is not debated is that the primal forces that the gardener and winnower supposedly aligned with are very real. The gardener seemingly was aligned with the light, a power associated with the physical universe, creation and chaos, matter, gravity, energy. The winnower seemed to be aligned with the darkness, which is associated with control and the domain of the mind, one's will, dreams, and nightmares. These powers of the light and the dark are known to supersede the typical laws of the universe, bending and breaking those laws of physics and matter on the whims of those that use these powers of light and dark. They sidestep causality, and for these reasons individuals who wield the light and dark are referred to as paracausal or acausal. We may not know whether the light and dark truly originated with the mythical gardener and winnower, but we do know that these powers are found in the universe in a pair of ancient presences, incomprehensible things, entities of a sort. They are the traveler, which is a source of the light, and the veil, which is a source of the darkness. When these two great constructs were created is unclear. But our story truly begins with their discovery by an ancient and unnamed people long ago. For the purposes of our story, I shall simply call them the Precursors to all that would follow. The Precursors were once nomads who would wander across their home worlds to survive. That was until the day they discovered something buried in the wastes of their world. They discovered the Traveler. It blessed this precursor civilization with the bounty that it would provide to thousands of others before eventually reaching humanity. The nomadic precursors advanced their technology and society under the silent benevolence of the Traveler. But whilst it doted on them with many gifts, its silence meant that the precursors were left with little in the way of guidance. They had been given abundance, but no meaning or direction. Their search for meaning defined their entire society. All of them were seeking to understand how to bring about a perfect universe.
Man, you know the Lord. Turn it off.
No, I can't. I need something to keep. I need something to keep me sane.
Turn on some music, bro. Turn on something.
I need something to keep me sane.
I get that, but this is futile, and you know it.
This was the veil.
The lore or the staying sane?
Everything.
Realizing that whilst the
Bife's voice will keep me calm during this trying time of salvage.
I get that, but dog, he ain't got no audio book on thing Spotify.
To change everything for the better.
I mean, does a 10-hour YouTube video count?
They knew of the bounty it could bring.
Not if I can fucking hear it. Like, bro.
Chaos and destruction when
Jeez. I'm like, damn, okay. When he gonna turn it off?
Have you watched the new lore video yet?
No, because I know half of it, or at least a good understanding of it.
You should watch it anyway. So do I. You know I know the lore because I talk about it all the fucking time.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said turn it off. Like,
would you prefer I recite the original and complete story of Destiny video word for word?
Man, at this point, turn it back on. It's whatever. I'm gonna just like it. I'm gonna just have to thug it out.
In that moment,
so good.
To control the chaos.
This is also a good way to figure out exactly how long this took. Because it's a 10-hour video, so I can just see how long into the video it is when I hit ring 17.
Conceived of so long ago. But when they attempted to forge this connection, the Traveler rejected the link and abandoned the Precursor people. What happened next must have been the most calamitous time within the Precursor society. Terror and uncertainty must have spread through their minds. There must have been bitterness. There must have been hatred. But no matter what they felt, what happened next would bring the ruin that they had experienced to untold trillions across the stars. The Precursor people, having been abandoned by the light, turned to the powers of darkness for salvation. Understand that the light is not inherently good and the darkness is not inherently evil, but the Precursors were fueled by hatred, and their desperation spoke for itself. Recovered records indicate that a group amongst them, known as the Penitent, struck down all others who dissented against their ways. They believed that they were meant to fix the universe and create the final shape, regardless of whether the universe consented or not. They used the powers within darkness to merge their consciousnesses together into a compound being of immense power. Their assimilation spelled an end to the Precursor civilization and gave rise to a wretched thing, born of a bottomless hatred of the Traveler. This entity would be known by 1,000 names over 1,000 worlds, all of them burned to nothingness over the course of its existence. We would one day come to know it as the Witness. And so it set out into the stars to pursue the Traveler. With it, the Witness took the vessels of the civilization that had brought about its creation, an armada of obsidian-black pyramid vessels, which represented destruction untold. Along with this black fleet, the Witness brought the Veil, pursuing the Traveler with the same intent as its Precursor creators. The Witness would see the combination of light and darkness, and with it, A world without change, a world without chaos would be brought about. An immutable, perfected, final shape to the universe.
I did this bullshit and
This
got
time,
nothing.
unlike the
What?
It's horse meat. Got nothing.
I opened the chest and I also got nothing. There's a bunch of things on my screen that just keep going up with no symbols. I don't know what's going on.
Contemplated this very thing, both in our culture and, as I've learned, those beyond Earth.
How do you defeat the undefeatable? That's an interesting problem.
Can I just load us? Oh, yeah, so it doesn't auto-load us into the next salvage. Good to know. Oh, there's my loot from the last one.
Delayed ass shit, bro.
What the
Thing
fuck took it so
garbage?
long?
I don't know, man.
Bro, we were loading into the next one before the first one even started.
At least they rewarded me with a deep set. I don't give a shit. That's whatever. You know, it's crazy. All that for a dang stasis SMG.
It's so weird seeing ship cutscene animations with pyramid ships, man.
Yeah, they rarely have them.
Huh?
What I
True.
mean to say is I rarely see cutscenes anymore because I don't do this anymore. That's what I meant. Bye bye. What happened to the lore, man? What, you got tired of it?
I turned on music since you didn't seem to want to listen to the lore.
Bro, I was playing about that.
Oh, well, shit. Fuck. I don't think I'll get a copyright strike for having that in the background.
Witness would not
Do
seek
you really
the
want to
final
test
shape
that?
out of a need for perfection alone. It would seek it out of a desire to subjugate the traveler and all those that might oppose.
I might switch over to a whirling Maelstrom Strand build
The witness would be
so that I can do even less and still be useful.
disciples that would help pave the way for its purpose.
Well, I'm gonna just show my
That is what led
Timu
the first disciple,
priced
since they would not call him conqueror,
prismatic
or a
build.
tyrant. Worse.
Whirling Maelstrom. Threaded Spectre. Threadling Grenade. Now I need to grab a Strand Weapon.
What happened, Buster Cake?
After the Traveler had left the Precursor,
Let's grab my Chain Reaction Dragon Colt Sickle.
would follow for eons to come. It would move onward and find another civilization.
And Quicksilver
This cycle has
Storm.
been repeated countless times, and as best we know it in the Traveler's wake, the Witness has always followed, meaning that wherever the Traveler has found itself, eventually calamity and ruin would follow. Over the course of its journey, the Traveler would arrive at a world orbiting a binary star called Lubrae. It had blessed the Lubraean people with the bounty of the light, and they would also grow and rise in much the same way as the Precursor civilization had. The Lubraean civilization would be split in two by this action. There were those who lived beneath the Traveler, forming a harsh regime that would rule the planet. This regime would send out its killers that hunted traditional tribal peoples and suppressed them. Those that lived free of this regime had to contend with the two harsh sons of Lubrae and with the terrifying fauna that called the planet home. By the time the Traveler had left the Lubraeans, the division in their society had become a wound that would never heal, a scar upon their people that governed their entire way of life, be they of the regime or of the tribes. Savagery ruled this world, a savagery that would be its undoing, for it was into this world, and these savage peoples, that Rolk was born. Though he was originally born into the tribal nomadic society, Rolk's parents had come from the regime's city. As Rolk grew up, he saw how the regime's sanctioned killers, known as stalkers, hunted those from the tribal peoples and seemingly spared none in their quest for blood. There was only one who was bloodier than the stalkers, though, and that was his father, Relic. Born of the regime's savagery, Relic would return the stalkers' malice to them, and defended his newfound people by bathing in the stalkers' own bloody viscera as he tore them in two. But Relic's family did not approve of such savagery, and eventually they would be his moderating influence, and he would be drawn away from such acts of gratuitous violence by the family that he had chosen. But for his son, Rolk, these actions were not the mark of a villain. They were simply what was necessary to survive. With his father's example driving him, Rolk developed a sadistic streak and followed his father's footsteps into violence. By the time he had killed his first stalker,
Hey, Iron Man,
Rolk could see his father being
I'm gonna
carried
get this.
away by
I'm gonna do the
a
salvage
ring
with you, but I'm probably gonna get the boss with you.
And
I'm
in
gonna
his
do
father's name,
some runs
he
of
swore
onslaught with
vengeance.
Carson and them.
He hunted the stalkers.
Legend or normal?
Wastes of his home.
Legend.
Seeking vengeance.
Dang, why don't they ever invite me?
Took a glaive from one of the stalkers.
I don't know. I just got a message out of nowhere, man. That's all I can say.
Bruh, you should tell them that they should do it with me instead, because I actually need to run Legend.
By the time Rourke discovered what had truly happened,
I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I gave
changed the name of his
suggestions.
glaive. For his father's betrayal was written upon the robes he wore.
That's all I
He
gotta
now
say.
wore the colors of the regime
Lol.
and the stalkers. Rourke was carried away by the
Yeah,
stalkers to the regime's
I'm not
city.
gonna sit here and abandon you right now.
But his
I will,
father spoke
but I will abandon you as boss.
told the
So-
regime
That's fine, you can go do Just tell them that the second Legend run, they need to do it with me, because I actually need to run a Legend Onslaught still.
So, because at least amongst the
will.
ranks of these killers, there was a degree of honesty. Despite his years
Even
of
though I
battling
shouldn't even
against
be
them,
staying up
the
past
regime
that
may have been
time.
harsh.
Yeah.
Nobody lied about who they were.
Granted, I really need to do the salvages more than need to do the Legend Onslaught, and God knows how long the salvage is going to take, because it's like 4 runs to a level, and each run is like 15 minutes. And I need like 9 levels, so I will probably be up until right before servers end.
Bloodlust that his father had sated long ago. One day, his father left.
Which, I mean, I guess it's fine if I don't get the parade set for Titan, but I would like to have it.
Into the city proper,
I think it's
so that
gonna
they
be in
might
rotation
live in
for stuff,
peace.
right?
I have no idea.
City.
I think so, because they wouldn't just get rid of a whole armor set. And like I said to
across
everyone,
all of Lubrae,
it's probably just gonna be in
society had been cleft in two.
well, actually, no, that doesn't make sense.
Oh
I think it's
yeah,
just gonna be a
whirling
drop
maelstrom
zone.
builds are awesome.
Pass. Rolk was standing, and he intended to end his father. But curiously enough, Rolk was momentarily swayed from violence. His mother and father apologized. They apologized for Rolk's exile when he had followed his father's violence. For the poor example his father had set long ago, the inaction he had taken, for not telling him more, not telling him how the regime's actions could be seen as cruel, and why he had chosen to save his family now. For but a moment, it seemed as though Rolk's family might find peace at last. Perhaps if things had proceeded differently, Rolk might have also found peace and reconciliation alongside his family, and they might have lived out the days that they had left in the city in some measure of harmony. But for one reason or another, Rolk fell into the abyss. Did he fall of his own accord? Was he pushed? Did he trip? Was something else there to pull him down? The circumstances are not clear, but what is clear is this. When Rolk looked up at the faces of the family that he was slowly falling away from, he did not see sorrow, or heartbreak, or pain as he fell. In their faces he realized something else was written. They were relieved. This was the betrayal that would define Rolk. It showed him the truth of the universe. It showed him that there was no place for weakness or the petty lies that held society together like his. Deep in the abyss, he would at last discover truth. How long Rolk fell for isn't known, but when he did finally land in this dismal swamp at the base of the abyss, he was not alone. There were myriad creatures moving to consume his very body, broken as it was. But it was here as well that Rolk beheld something
you plan
else.
on running the final shape
For the first
story by
time,
yourself or with peeps?
laid eye.
It all depends on how I'm feeling and how, because I ended up having to do the end of Lightfall with friends, so I may end up having to do the end of Final Shape. I'm not sure. I'm gonna solo it as far as I can, but I will be in a party with a bunch of friends. So worst case scenario, I end up doing it with him.
And with an ability known only as the Witness's luster, something we still do not understand fully to this day. When Rolk asked what he was meant to do, the only word the Witness uttered was ruin. With his newfound power in hand, and with a purpose granted to him in vengeance, Rolk climbed the endless ravine of the abyss,
Man, I
clawing
kinda
his
wish
way up out of
Titans got that
darkness
same thing
until
with
he beheld the surface once more.
I guess the Beyblade.
Sun had
Wait, do
Yeah,
you
Hunter's
guys
got-
have the whirling maelstrom?
water crawled out.
No, I wished we did. We just got a regular Tango that just gives Wolfen Mail.
A new
Yeah, us shooting or throwing. Basically, the thing that makes it is it getting destroyed. The method that it gets destroyed doesn't matter as long as I destroy it.
No, I just wish we had it because I know Bungie would have added some frenzy blades at the
Rolk for
end.
what he was, but in his hands,
Just chopping
Rolk held
away.
power greater than
It'll
even
probably
the
do a shit
slaughter
ton
that
too.
he had enacted. He held the Witness's luster, and in the other hand his glaive. Rolk siphoned the energy
on,
from
Lubrae's.
Lubrae's own Sapphiric sun, and channeled it into the Witness's gifts and his own glaive. He struck at the surface of his planet. The weapon had been twice renamed because of his father, and had been renamed once more in accordance with its new purpose, a purpose displayed with but this singular strike. It would be known as Lubrae's Ruin. And beneath Rolk's blade, with the power of the Witness, the planet cracked. Rolk destroyed his entire planet, and shattered the suns of Lubrae. Seeing the chaos that he had wrought, for a moment Rolk was overwhelmed. Seeing the devastation, he fell into the ever-expanding abyss that had consumed his world, and he lost consciousness once more. And when he awoke, there was no Lubrae, no regime, no city. Only he remained. the last known survivor of his entire species. He beheld the witness once more, and saw the totality of all that had happened across his life. He begged and pleaded and wept and regretted. The lesson the witness would show him, the lesson it was attempting to teach, was that these feelings were of no consequence, that all the life on Lubre was of no consequence, that they were of no consequence because they did not serve its goals, the witness's eternal purpose, the formation of finality, the end of the universe. In this context, no one that Rulk had killed had mattered. Only Rulk mattered. Rulk had long believed that his civilization was but lies, and so the lies of his civilization melted away. As he stood and foresaw his new place in the universe, Rulk was asked by the witness what he felt. And to this, as he took his
Alright, go do your run, David.
the witness's
I'm
luster in the other,
collecting the
Rulk
reward, even though
said,
it's going to be delayed again.
relief. It was here that he became the first disciple of the witness, the first of its messengers of doom that would faithfully destroy its foes. Though not all would serve for the same reasons, all would serve. Not as kings, not as gods, but as disciples, prophets, saviors serving existence. Whilst the many disciples of the witness would conduct many terrible campaigns of war and terror, Rulk would be the first, and by most accounts the most powerful, and from his actions would spawn a legacy of bloodshed that would make the stars themselves tremble. A legacy that would begin with Lubre's destruction, and whose heights would be found upon a distant gaseous world, an ancient place with a roiling ocean beneath a depth of cloud, a world known as Fundament. With his newfound purpose, Rulk would slaughter countless civilizations in the name of the witness, in the name of its great final purpose. The greatest conquest of the first disciple and his dark master would take place on a distant gas giant called Fundament, a world with 52 moons, and whose gravity was so great that smaller planetoids had been pulled in by its gravity and collided with its surface, collapsing into its oceans and becoming great continents on its surface. It was on this world that the witness and its first disciple would feverishly go about the busy work of sowing devastation once more. The traveler had settled above Fundament, amongst its moons, and was uplifting a civilization there known as the Ammonite. The witness foresaw that soon it would move to uplift another species on the world below, on Fundament itself. They were the Krill. All the while, there were even greater forms of life here, Leviathan creatures that dwelled within the oceans. These Leviathans were the first of the witness's targets. It came to them and offered them powers nestled within darkness. In those powers lay a truth and purpose so terrible that it would haunt the very shape of existence with its promises of death. The witness offered them the logic of the sword. The truth that nothing has ever lived that will not one day die, and the attached premise that those who are strong enough to exist will go on existing by the right of the sword alone. But this was not mere philosophy. It was a praxis that led to real power. Curses and magics wreathed in the darkness itself would be derived from the sword logic. In time, the Leviathans would be twisted into new forms if they followed this dark power. But even before those that consumed of these magics turned into the great ravenous worms that we would know of now, their people had been cleft in two, and a war was soon to break out. The war between the Leviathans and the traitors that would one day become the worms was brutal and vicious. Fundament's oceans roiled with blood, as father and mother fought brother and sister, fought son and daughter. It was a roiling carnage that engulfed an entire people and left few survivors. One was a great creature known as Asa. She managed to escape her people's fate by sinking into an ascendant dream. Seemingly, this means that she used the ascendant plane to escape, a parallel reality to our own that mirrors it in a darker, more changeable form to those that have strong will. She would fall through ascendant dreams until she returned to the physical universe and landed in the oceans of a distant system called Sol. She would carry with her the knowledge of who the witness had been, what it had become, and what it intended for the universe. Her eyes were wide and her gaze was long. She would spy the war across the stars, and would understand the shape of fate and how it needed to progress if we were to stop the oncoming calamity. But the battle back on Fundament continued to rage. When the worms were at an end, there were but a handful that remained. A mother known as Zeta, and her 5 offspring, Yul, Zol, Ur, Aya, and Arka. They had embraced the way of the sword logic as was described by the witness, and they were imprisoned in the deep. There, a Leviathan watched over them, as it had them held in Fundament's crushing core. It isn't clear if this creature who imprisoned them was of the same species as Asa, and what the worms had once been. It might well have been, and if so, it might well have been the last of the survivors of that great war, the last who rejected the witness's offer. We simply do not know, but what we do know is that its power was great enough that it could dominate the remaining worms. It spanned the supposed size of continents, and was known to all others simply as the Leviathan. With the worms' numbers diminished, Rolk and the witness would enact the next stage of their plan: subjugation. Rolk would dive into the deep and enlist the worms in servitude to the witness's plan. He effortlessly conquered the Leviathan, which addressed him and demanded that he stop. Rolk responded by removing one of its ribs in a display of dominance. Descending into the deep, he spoke to Zeta, the mother of the worms, and offered her a dark pact. The witness had need of her power and of her children's power. It would offer her children sustenance and survival in exchange for loyalty. Having few other options, and seeing the scope of Rolk's power, it was clear that this was no bargain. It was a demand. And so Zeta accepted. Thus, as he took their mother to the surface as both a source of power and a captive, the newly anointed children of Zeta, the so-called worm gods, named him the Subjugator. Rolk took portions of the worms that would form into their larvae, the small worms that we now know from killing so many hive, and with them, he enacted the greatest of the witness's plans. He left one larvae in Fundament's oceans, ensuring that it would wash up and be found by a leader of one of the Krill nations, the next people that the traveler was meant to uplift. The leader who discovered the worm larvae was the king of the Osmium dynasty, and this dead worm larvae would quickly become his familiar, for it would whisper the witness's terrible lies to him. Lies of an oncoming horrific calamity. The old Osmium king would grow obsessed with this doom, which would supposedly come in the form of a great god wave that would wipe away all things. He neglected all other things in pursuit of this truth, even neglecting his 3 children, whose now dead names, Orash, Sathona, and Siro, would be spoken only in Apocrypha, but whose true ascendant names would one day go on to bring terror to the universe. Only the eldest sibling, Orash, had his attention, and only when the 2 of them were studying the stars for proof of the approaching doom. The witness's plans for these siblings was thus: the most cunning of them would acquire her father's larvae upon her father's death. It would whisper to her of the same cataclysm written in the stars, and would tell her that to find salvation for her people, she would need to descend into the deep. These were the whispers told by the lying worm to Sathona. A simple lie, one that would reshape the history of her people forever. All came to pass as the witness planned, and in time the siblings dove down into the deep. There, Sathona's older sibling, Urash, stood within the deepest part of Fundament's core and made a pact with the worm gods.
Chat, after this run, I'm gonna go grab a blanket and the charger for my headset, and we will continue. Wow, 10 sonar station reputation. From what?
They had long sought, an escape to their short lives, power to claim their revenge. In exchange, the siblings and any who consumed the larvae of the worms would provide an eternal blood tithe and forever venerate the worm, their god. The Krill would forever have to commit acts of violence and devastation by following their nature. If they failed to do so, their worms would consume them, and they would perish.
I'm gonna go grab it
The
now.
bargain was accepted, and thus Urash, Sathona, and Shiro ceased to be. Thus Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath were born. Together, these three siblings would stand with the power of Sita's 5 worm god children. They would be claimed by the witness's powers before the Traveler had a chance to uplift them. Thus, the Traveler's plans were subverted. Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath would go on to unite the Krill peoples, now believing in the sword logic of the worms and in the promise of their own power. After cleansing the surface of Fundament, they would go on to scour its moons, destroying the Ammonite and butchering the Leviathan, all in the name of their newfound gods. A change came upon them as a people, and they would no longer be known as the Krill. As their new purpose of being the great winnowing blade was made clear, they would become known forevermore as the Hive. These would be some of the most fanatical servants of the sword logic. They would spread out across the universe, and beneath their blades, Witness would see yet more worlds that would of the Traveler. Although they would not necessarily know the Witness to be their true master, the Hive would serve their purposes nonetheless. Tools, puppets created by Rook. But the Hive are a tale unto themselves. In their long and storied history, kings.
Alright, chat. We are all ready and comfy and good to go for the grind fest.
The tale of the Hive.
Gotta let my headset charge for a bit. Actually, there's no point in doing that because I don't even have the dongle plugged in. So actually, we're not going to do that. We're just going to continue laying here, grinding for the rest of the night. I'm wrapped up in my blanket, and if you stop hearing me for a long enough time, and I get returned to orbit for AFK, that means we have failed, because I have fallen asleep, and if I fall asleep, we're done.
Folks may not be completely trustworthy, especially because they say nothing of Rourke, the witness, or the great lie that turned Sathona's mind to the deep and brought the young Krill siblings to the worm gods of Fundament. They are on best and only record of the Hive's history, the history that is theirs to tell, as they were so often the victors. Hundreds of civilizations were snuffed out by the advancing armadas, the swarms of the Hive. Their slaughter and through the sword logic, Ulrix, Savathun, and Zivo Arath would create throne worlds. Cysts in reality, pocket dimensions that defied the laws of the universe, nestled within the Ascendant Plane. Upon their deaths, the newly ascended...
I will see you when you get back, Mona.
And only within these throne worlds could they ever truly be killed. Thus, even in the face of fierce resistance, the three ruling siblings of the Hive and all those who would follow as ascendants thereafter would hold enough power to be nearly unassailable. They would be a scourge upon the universe. For a time, they looked invincible. That was until they faced the Ecumene, a starfaring empire made seemingly of a conglomeration of many races, one that might have some form of dark power of their own, though this is hard to confirm, as it is only spoken of in whispers of lore recovered from one of the Black Pyramids. Thanks to the information obtained from the Witness's own pyramid vessel, we do know that the Ecumene had built a unity of minds, a chorus constructed from the powers of darkness, but not one of evil, one of harmonious thought. Together, the Ecumene were more than the Hive had ever faced. They also had a helping hand, the Krill matriarch called Teox. She had been the original traitor who schemed to depose their father, the old Osmium king. She had been unable to kill those three siblings, and when they had been reborn into the Hive gods, she would flee the surface of Fundament, towards the Ammonite, and eventually towards deep space. She would find her way out into the reaches of the void, and would be picked up by the Ecumene's forces. She gave them practically all the intelligence they would need to break the Hive's offensive. And break it the Ecumene did. Their great fleets pushed the Hive back time after time, and they targeted and overkilled Ulrix, Savathun, and Sivor-Arath wherever they appeared on the battlefield. In time, they might have been successful, and might have wiped one of the Witness's useful tools from the surface of the universe. But this success would prove to be fleeting at best. Convening within Ulrix's throne world, the Hive gods discussed how to defeat the Ecumene. This discussion led to a simple conclusion. One should claim the power of the others. Thus, Ulrix killed Sivor-Arath and Savathun, claiming their power by the logic of the sword. He used this power to confront one of his own gods, Akka, the Worm of Secrets, whom he killed in the name of knowledge. With this, Ulrix learned of the secret of communing with what he termed to be the deep. It is presumed that this led to the first meeting between Ulrix and the Witness, although in truth, it isn't clear who Ulrix spoke to. There is a difference discernible to those that read the Books of Sorrow, an inconsistency between the approach of the Witness and the approach of whatever being spoke to Ulrix in the darkness. What is known is that Ulrix emerged empowered. He had a command of powers beyond the comprehension of the Ecumene. Ulrix was no more. He had returned as Oryx, the Taken King, and he had learned the power to abduct beings through portals into another place, where his enemies would be hollowed out by malicious forces, and could be returned to the battlefield as thralls under Oryx's command. These were the first Taken, and though Oryx would be called the Taken King, there would be many who would come to wield them in time. The Witness, Rolk, Savathun, Sivor-Arath. Seemingly the only requirement to wield the Taken was a strong enough will to impose upon them, for the Taken are but husks, free of meaning and purpose until one is indwelled within them by a greater force. And thus, Oryx commanded them. He would unleash the Taken upon the Ecumene, and his campaign would conjure back his siblings by embodying their different penchants. Where he was one of slaughter and war, he would summon back Sivor-Arath, and in the Ecumene's last moments, where he tricked them into a fool's gambit, he would embody his sister Savathun. Thus, all three Hive gods were returned, and With newfound powers, Oryx would go on to conquer more worlds, and would raise 4 wicked offspring. Crota the Light Eater, Halak the Unraveler, Uranuk the Weaver, and Nofrix, whose name would be struck from the world's grave, and who would one day come to be known as a heretic. Through his children, Oryx would extend his own power, as all his children would tithe destruction to him, but they would be storied villains unto themselves. Uranuk and Halak were the fabled creators of the Oversoul and the Death Stone, destructive tools within the Hive's arsenal that are still in use to this day. It was Oryx's...
Holy shit, I only get 70 rep if I don't have a token.
Albeit not for the reasons one might define as productive. Nokris, who was weak of body but strong of mind, sought out hidden apocrypha that might grant him forgotten power. This led him to the Worm Gods, and in particular, Zol, who was weaker than his siblings, and sought an alliance for the sake of his own survival. Zol promised Nokris a power that was forbidden to the Hive, in exchange for loyalty, servitude, and his very heart. The power that Zol gifted Nokris was necromancy. One must understand, though death is the realm of the Hive, necromancy is a power that is beyond offensive to them. Death to the Hive is a sacred thing, indicative of one's place within the universe, of one's standing before the final perfect shape. Life is for the living, for the strong, and death is the fate of all those that are not strong enough to continue existing. To return a being to life after its true and final death was seen as a great heresy. This was not the same
Okay,
as the
we're gonna
return
do
of Savathun or Zevlon.
Chat, we are going to do a deep dive after I go grab my other bag of chips.
That Oryx had conjured. This was not the return of any ascendant who had tricked death and become strong enough to defy the laws of causality and build their own throne world. This was an abomination. The weak had been given a second chance. It was unacceptable. For this crime, Nokris was banished, and all memory of him would be stripped from the great archives of the Hive, known as the World's Grave. All record of him was destroyed, all trace of his story wiped clean. Only one statue, obstinate in its permanence, was left standing near the altar of Oryx. But the trace of Oryx's second son, aside from this, would all be gone. But Nokris would live on past his banishment. His chronicles would be told when we returned one day to Mars, but not before. Of Oryx's first son, though, there would still be many chronicles. One day, as Crota was attempting to learn alongside his 2 sisters, he would unwittingly be tricked by Savathun and would allow the Vex to invade his father's throne world. A Vex mind by the name of Quoria would arrive to learn from the battle, and quickly observing the Hive, it deduced that within Oryx's domain, it was the sword logic and veneration of it that made one truly powerful. Thus it established a foothold in the heart of the Hive's power by killing the Hive themselves. It had established itself within Oryx's throne by Oryx's own laws. But it was still a causal being, as all the Vex are, and when Oryx returned and blunted the offensive, it was Crota who would bear the blame. He took Crota and flung him into the Vex gate network, saying, "Come home glorious, or die forgotten." And to these...
Alright, chat. So now we have to do deep dives so I can get more salvage keys.
To countless worlds in his father's name, dedicating secret temples
So,
and learning much of
quick
the
runs
brutality
for
that his
quick
father
experience are
imposed
over.
upon the world, venerating it in time. But Crota's actions had exposed the weakness in Oryx's own throne world. In response, Oryx decided that the solution would be to combine his pocket dimension with a massive Hive vessel in real space. Thus, Oryx took the corpse of the worm god Akka and used its hide to create the baleful armoring that would encapsulate his throne world. The Dreadnought, a massive vessel whose construction was technically a paradox. When Oryx placed his throne world into the dreadnought, it overlapped an ascendant plane pocket with real space. This place should not exist, but the power of Oryx was so great that he could indeed create a paradox that would be his great fortress. Oryx would then vengefully hunt down all those that were an affront to him, and would eventually find the Vex mind that had invaded his throne world. When Quarrier the Blade Transform fought Oryx, it stood no chance. He took it, and eventually lived its taken remnants to Savathûn. In this moment, Oryx should have been truly ascendant, but as he had invaded and found the Vex, it was amongst the fleet of the Harmony, the next who had been blessed by the Traveler's light. It had lied to their worlds, and now they stood within the gravity of a singularity, except it had been paused, and the worlds were living in a flourishing light. The Hive had found these worlds, and was soon to tear them down, root and stem. The Hive had become so powerful, Oryx in particular, that he would constrain the growth of all other things in the universe, including Savathûn and Sivor. And so, the three divided. Before, as a united force, they could have stood and destroyed the whole universe. But Savathûn and Sivor took their broods and became distant, needing space to grow and to change into something more powerful. Thus Oryx was alone, and his sisters were split from him. Swarm had made an indelible mark on the universe, and had helped to serve the Witness's purpose. They had pursued the Traveler and had destroyed those that stood in the Witness's path, but now Oryx was alone. Now all the Hive Gods were alone. In this, they had shown their one possible weakness. But to the Witness itself, this was of little concern. The Hive were nothing but tools, after all, and they knew little of the true nature of the final shape as the Witness devised it. But they would soon serve a purpose in fulfilling its completion. It was in this way that the Hive and the Taken King would descend upon a distant world belonging to an alien people, a peaceful planet of artisans, weavers, dancers, and technologically inclined priests. It was here that they found the Elixni and their homeworld of Reese, and like a great storm, they would ravage this place. The Traveler would once again be forced to flee. The Hive's rampage across the universe would bring them into contact with many peoples and many worlds. Their swarms were vast, and as Oryx, Savathûn, and Sivor had all split, they had now covered different ground. Oryx's brood remained the most powerful arm, and their people would find the world seeded by the Traveler. These were the people of Reese, the Elixni, though humanity would one day come to know them first as the Fallen. Sources from the Elixni's own histories indicate that they held a small number of colonies throughout several celestial bodies. The heart of their civilization, the jewel of their small empire that spanned a few stars, was still set upon their home planet of Reese. They were a hardy but adaptable people. They would be sustained by a life-giving substance called ether. The exact chemical makeup of this compound is unfamiliar and unclear, but it can be created by a servitor from almost any remnant matter, meaning that the Elixni would be able to live on in almost any place so long as they had a servitor. However, in the skies of their homeworld Reese, this life-giving compound was everywhere. It filled the very air, and turned their sky a delicate shade of pink. It allowed the Elixni to grow to their true natural sizes. They would be between 7 and 10 feet tall. They had 6 limbs, 4 arms instead of just 2. They were dexterous, and they were nimble. But they could also stand tall with noble intent and philosophy, back before calamity arrived at their shores. The Elixni were in many ways a truly utopian people, one of the best examples of what the traveler could do in the right circumstances. Their society was communal in nature, and its people were organized into noble houses, known best not for their nationalities, but for their disciplines. For example, those that would one day be known as the House of Wolves were known in that time as gentle weavers, great artisans who would craft beautiful garments worn by all their people. When the traveller arrived and exalted their civilization like the thousands it had uplifted before, the Elixni developed, entering a rapturous age of peace and expansion. Beneath Reese's pink sky, the Elixni grew to exalt the traveller and all life-giving machines. They came to call it the Great Machine, and their study of its divine construction would lead to the rise of the so-called splicers. Whilst we would know them better as biohackers and body engineers, the principal concern of splicers was in fact the study of machinery itself. The Elixni believed that within all machines there was a spark of divine potential, and believed that within that divine spark life itself could also be seen in some different, somewhat more intangible form. Eventually, the Elixni would see this belief morph into a worship of machinery itself. Then, acting with great reverence to machines, they would construct later in their society machines that they would need to keep them alive. Alas, even with many noble houses, the Elixni were doomed to suffer the same fate as all those blessed by the traveller. Its bounty was followed by bitterness, and the Black Fleets in the service of the Witness would soon arrive. The exact details of the fall of the Elixni Empire, and in particular the fall of Greece, are not well known. Much like our own destruction, the event is known to the Elixni by another name, the Whirlwind. When ruin came to their system, they were crushed beneath the advancing hordes of the Witness's minions. Chief amongst these invaders would be the Hive, Oryx's Storm had arrived. His forces brought with them the same tool that they had brought 1,000 worlds prior. To them, Greece was but another set of unbelievers to be delivered onto the jaws of death in the name of the sword logic. The houses mustered in a defense of their home world, believing that in spite of all the darkness, fate might be on their side. But tragically, it was not. Elixni legends tell of the moment where the defense of their world was lost, when one of the great leaders that rallied them, Chalchis, the Kell of the House of Stone, stood before them all and cried, "Where is the great machine?" For it was in this moment that the course of history repeated itself once more. The traveller began to flee Greece, away from the forces of the Witness. In that moment, seeing that it had abandoned their people, Greece was lost. Many would lose hope. Many would be scarred forever. Many would remember. For scribes like Varix, it would represent the greatest tragedy that his people had ever seen. For warriors like Aramis, it represented a betrayal so bitter and so evil that it would create hatred lasting for thousands of years. But for one amongst their number, it created a moment of determination that defined an entire people. Seeing that the traveller, the great machine, had abandoned their people, and that Greece was lost, the Kell of the house that would one day be known as the House of Devils told his forces to break off from the engaging attackers. He ordered his ship to pursue the traveller with all haste, and all catchers under his command were to follow this order. This Kell, who would one day claim the name of Achelux, abandoned all those houses who could not make war, and in his pursuit of the great machine, many others followed him. Thousands of Elixni and thousands of catchers would begin the long exodus from Greece, chasing the traveller, following Achelux's banner. An exodus that would come to be known as the Long Drift. Some houses gathered in groups of catchers, some followed the trail of the great machine alone. But no matter what, it would be a time of terrible hardship. Having left their home world behind, the Elixni had little of the life-giving substance known as ether to consume. They needed to construct new machines to create ether synthetically, and so the servitors were created. They were made spherical in shape, perhaps to venerate the traveler. Whilst the servitors could make ether out of any abandoned matter that was discovered, the scarcity of resources in deep space led to the devolution of the Lixley society. The once noble people became pirates, scavengers, and warlords. Barbaric practices became commonplace. There was not enough ether to go around. Those few that could get enough were the leaders of the houses because they were strong. They claimed the position of hells, and those amongst them of religious inclinations would commune with the servitors, and thus the triad of power within each house was born. The Kells, the Archons, and the servitors. A new hierarchy had been born from the broken remains of the old. Where before the Elixir had grown tall, now the Kells would become monstrous in size as they consumed more than their fair share of ether to remain stronger still. With their utterly monstrous strength, there was less chance of them being challenged by rivals. For most, though, rationing would be the way of their life. Those without sufficient ether remained small, stunted, and weak. Worst of all, though, punishments doled out by those who ruled became harsh to the point of being almost unspeakable. It is likely that on the long drift, the barbaric practice of severing an Elixir's lower arms became a commonplace punishment for failure. This would be known as docking, and many who were docked were turned into dregs, or wretches, the lowest possible rung of Elixir society. Thus it was that the Elixir would pursue the traveller, and become less of a people than their history would allow them to remember. The once noble banners of their houses would be cannibalized into symbols of dominance and declarations of territory. They would no longer be the utopian people that had grown up beneath the great machine. The damage to their societal fabric was so great that it would permeate through generations. There would be newborn Elixir, but they would mostly be born in a time where few of them would remember the whirlwind or Reese. They had no home to call their own. It would be more than consolation, a dream. It came to the point that when humanity named them, fallen as a common slur in reference to their status as a people abandoned by the traveller. Many amongst the Elixir did not completely reject the notion. They were a lost people. A tragic tale. A diaspora of vessels and cultures and long-lived memories that, should the universe be so harsh, could have been snuffed out in an instant. They would continue onwards and would follow the trail of the traveller to the next system that it could blast. That would take some time. But there were other civilizations who would make their way to our astral shores for reasons other than vengeance and reclamation. There were those that would make their way to our shores in the name of empire and conquest. And they too would be making moves, even though the traveller, to the witness, had never laid eyes on them.
Nope. We've made it to the Red Legion.
Whilst many civilizations throughout the universe would be uplifted by the traveller, there were some that made their own way into the stars without the divine intervention or assistance from a greater being. One such people was found on the distant and rugged world of Tora Bartle. They were known as the Cabal, and their society was one ruled by might. In their earliest years, mighty warlords would roam their world, claiming the right to territory by
that's
conquest
a
and combat.
freaking sniper.
Even in the days when they would break out into the stars, the Cabal's great warlords would still challenge each other for supremacy in the rights of their old ways. It is perhaps then unsurprising that one of the oldest legends of the Cabal is one that concerns their first emperor, a mythical figure called Amprius. The Cabal once saw the sun and desired it for themselves, so they climbed a great mountain to claim it. But before they could reach the sun to claim it, a great beast stood in their way. Generations of mighty and worthy warriors clashed against the beast, scoring small and seemingly insignificant blows against it, till one day Acreus came and struck the killing blow. He ascended to claim the sun and was crowned as the first emperor of the Cabal. This legend shows their lack of subtlety as a people, but it also has been a literal pretext for conquest. The Cabal believe themselves to be righteous rulers in this universe, and they believe that it is so because they are mightier than their foes. The sun is theirs to claim because they are strong enough, and so they claim it. The legend of Acreus may or may not be true, but the emperors of the Cabal have been very real, and across their history, they laid claim to dozens of worlds. Some of these worlds were occupied by peoples that would be folded into the Cabal Empire. The Sindhu, the Karga Clips, the Arkborn, the Scions, all of them would have at some point been client races of the Cabal of Tora Bartel, and would be pushed into slavery and servitude of their emperors. The history of the Cabal is a long one, full of many conquests made by tyrants, but none of these despots and warlords have been more consequential than one who changed the fabric of their society so much that it led to his own downfall. His name was Emperor Callus, and while he was emperor, he was not truly powerful. In the time when his reign began, he would need to upend institutions for it to truly flourish. As emperor, he served alongside other powerful bodies that governed much of Tora Bartel's strength. Their people were ruled by a senate, and their military by a praetorate. The old military traditions of the Cabal were maintained, but Callus was different. He did not care for them. He was content with the idea of conquest, but he was not a martial Cabal. He sought song and beauty and pleasure in all things, and the praetorate stood in the way of this. The Senate stood in the way. So Callus created a populist revolution to overthrow them both, so that he might claim ultimate authority over his own empire. Callus changed the Cabal people fundamentally when he rose to power. His populism saw the warlike ways of the Cabal relegated in favor of a bountiful and hedonistic culture. Even at his coronation, the nature of his rule was made clear, as he had the desert sands of Tora Bartel cleansed to be pristine and white, having his army of minions remove every single offending stone or plant that might stand out, and for his entire royal court to be recreated in the sands of Tora Bartel's deserts. More telling were the actions he took upon his coronation itself, though, as the one true ruler of the Cabal. In the splendor of his perfectly recreated royal court, Callus had the old consul of the praetorate brought before him. Stripped of rank and title, and even clothing, Callus castrated the Cabal consul and banished him into the wastelands of Tora Bartel, saying but a single word to him: run. This was an example of the ruthlessness with which Callus governed his imperial domain. He was benevolent and generous one moment, vengeful and petty the next. He treated the old Cabal ways with contempt and uplifted new celebrations of culture and decadence. But behind the new emperor's magnificent opulence, there was a deep sadness.
I just realized the servitor's name is Jaws.
That he had lost. His original lover had left him in a time of great sorrow. Callus knew that he had broken things between them, and that despite loving her, their relationship had been damaged beyond repair, all thanks to his own selfish actions. But there was one spark of that relationship that still remained, one remnant of his old flame that he clung to. Together, they had created an heir to the Cabal Empire. Her name would be Keitel. As she grew in his new Cabal Empire, she perhaps did not first comprehend the changes to her people's proud ways. She did not originally hate her father, though it would not take long for her to have good reason to do so. One day, her father doted on her as he had done before. He had given her some of the most revered gifts that a Cabal could receive, but today he had surpassed even himself. He gifted his daughter a war beast. These war beasts in Cabal culture are the most extreme example of what it's like for a human being to own and lovingly care for a dog. They are venerated beyond exception, and are some of the most prized companion animals that a Cabal can have. Keitel named her war beast Milos, and loved it dearly beyond anything else in the world. Callus saw Keitel's love for the war beast, and in his inconceivable cruelty and jealousy, he grew jealous of Milos. He believed that she loved her own war beast more than she loved him, and so Callus had Milos killed. He could not stand the idea of his daughter loving even a pet more than him. This moment changed Keitel, and set her down a path that would determine the course of her life forever. She now held a burning hatred for her father that was so deep in the kernel of her heart that it would never be dislodged. And she was certainly not alone. There were many within Callus's empire that saw him with a degree of discontent. Keitel was not one of them.
No!
The Emperor's old
Let's go! Oh my god, that was so clutch!
General and primus of all his legions of Narath. The freeborn scion dreamer known as Otzot. The master of festivals, Oli Imoli. All of them harbored ill intent for the Emperor. But it was under the leadership of two Cabal that these malcontent actors would be aligned in purpose and turned into conspirators. The former consul that Callus had banished into the desert, and his chosen champion, the rising gladiatorial leader that had emerged victorious in the fighting pits, the ghost primus of the Red Legion, Gaul. These conspirators joined together and plotted to overthrow Callus, a plot that would come to be known as the Midnight Coup. Each of them would play their own part in his downfall, but it was Keitel who spelled his ultimate doom. As the Midnight Coup was being enacted, Callus fled for his throne room. He sought a relic of the emperors of old, a shard of bone taken from a wish dragon. The remains of these mythical creatures were known to grant desires to those that held them. With the shard in hand, Callus might be able to maintain his hold
I don't
on
need to do that
power
until I
if
actually
only he
grab the
wished for
chest.
it.
So I need a full set
When he
on
arrived,
hand.
Keitel was already present in the throne room. She held the shard of wish dragon bone in her hand. Knowing that she held her father's salvation, Keitel addressed him, saying, "Father, I will not be weak." She crushed the bone in her gauntlet, and with it sealed Callus's fate. He was escorted hurriedly through the streets of the Cabal capital, his utterly massive entourage in tow. All traces of the old emperor, save for those that were part of his coup, would be scrubbed from the imperial hierarchy. They were all forced to march aboard a Cabal vessel known as the Leviathan, and Callus was forced into exile. The navigation controls for this great vessel were sabotaged, and the Emperor was left to drift into uncharted space. On Toro Bartle, the consul and Gaul seized power and began a new era for the Cabal. The former primus of the Red Legion would be declared as the very first and only dominus of the Cabal, an emperor and military dictator all in one. His power over the empire would be absolute, and with the primus of all legions of Narath, and the heir apparent to the imperial throne, Keitel, at his side, his authority was unchallenged. Emperor Callus would wallow in pity and sorrow for a time aboard the Leviathan. His cohort of scribes recorded that there was nothing that could be done to break him from his misery.
Look at that, rank 10.
No food, no pleasure would rouse him from this sorrow. The exact amount of time the Emperor spent like this is not recorded, but what eventually broke him from his stupor would be. One day, as the Leviathan sailed through the uncharted void of space, it encountered strange interference. The The nature of this interference would not be known at first.
Alright, chat, go into the bathroom and then we're loading back in.
Of similar events, and based on Callus's own recollections, it is almost certain that he encountered the Black Fleet. What he would come to know as the Black Edge. He would see the Witness. The pocket of astral disruption that they found themselves in caused massive quakes throughout the Leviathan, and Callus put on an environmental suit to see what had befallen the vessel from its own hull. Out on the exterior of the Leviathan, Callus beheld that thing that he would be defined by for the rest of his life. He would see the Witness, and it told Callus that there was to be an end to all things, and that the universe would end by its glorious design, and that he was to be its herald. After 12 hours and numerous terrible quakes...
Okay, chat, we are back, and we have a new plan. So, a Tier 4 deep dives gives me 500 reputation, but if I put on a full set of Werewalker right before I open those chests, I will get an extra 12%. So what we're going to do is just before we open the chest, we're going to swap over to Werewalker. So I'm going to grab this Gambit loadout.
And I'd forgotten it during my exile. I shall not forget it again. Thus Callus returned to his hedonistic ways, with a renewed vigor and a new mission.
So not even that, I'm going to put this on.
Of this terrible voice, and would be its herald. First, he would also aim to acquire his revenge against those that had wronged him. To this end,
we're just going to put this on so I can swap right to that.
To functioning order.
And now we're going to go back into deep dives, and we're going to finish up this seal.
Callus would start to actively employ some of his deadliest servants in the task of seeking revenge. His shadows. Across the many worlds that had been conquered by the Emperor of the Cabal, he had found individuals of incredible martial skill. They were brought to Callus, contained in glorious armor, embellished
granted,
and offered all that
there will be, I will do this deep dive, and then I'll have to go do salvage for more deep dive keys.
Shadows after the conspirators, and managed to successfully hunt down the Master of Ceremonies, Callus's former bodyguard, and a favored tea merchant that he had once believed to have served Gaul's command staff. These were but the first attempted assassinations, and upon Gaul and Keitel, there would be many. For his daughter in particular, he would send shadows with a specific weapon in hand. A blade that had been passed down from generation to generation. The Hard Shadow. Forged from a rare metal called enactine, this weapon could not be broken. It would always reform to its original shape, but a shard of it was exposed to psionic energy and the memory of what it had been like. The weapon was an heirloom passed through the women of Callus's line, and he had made sure that Keitel would eventually receive the weapon, one way or another. His assassins attempted to take her life time and time again, and each time the mighty heir apparent would leave the blade shattered, ready to be reforged by Callus once again.
I just loaded into Legend Salvage instead of Deep Dive, didn't I?
Would not communicate directly, but every time a new assassin came wielding the blade, Keitel would shatter it. In these reflections of each other's choices, did Keitel and Callus know of each other's continued existence. It was the only way to gauge each other's strength and intention. Assassins would be sent to kill Gaul and the consul, but likewise they would fail. The new ruler of the Cabal had set his sights on further horizons. He had remilitarized the culture of Torah Battle, and had sent out many of the scout legions of the Empire to systems at the far reaches of Cabal space, each sent under a banner of war with a promise. Without victory, they would be exiled and could not return home. Gaul's forces would chart their way through the universe and would one day find themselves on the route to Sol. 5 scout legions and an elite group of Scion Flayers would one day land upon the shores of Sol's planets. But just as the Vex and Hive and Elixni would, it would take them time. Before any of them arrived in Sol, came an omen of prosperity and doom. a single event that would change the course of human history for all time and all people. Here is where humanity's part in this story begins, and it starts with the arrival of the Traveler. At last, our tale turns to humanity, who at the time were a primitive civilization, but even by the standards of most, we had accomplished a few marvels in our time. The creation of human culture and language, the splitting of the atom, the journey of a few brave souls into space. But it was in the early 2010s that the world held its breath as a signal was detected from our closest planetary neighbor of Mars. Something remarkable was happening. The world was changing, and perhaps most shockingly of all, it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon. The events taking place on Mars defied scientific explanation. Hastily, the three greatest powers on Earth at the time assembled a joint task force. The United States of America, Russian Federation, and People's Republic of China joined forces to send an astronaut, taikonaut, and cosmonaut to Mars to investigate. The mission would be known originally as Project Catamaran, but it would be remembered in history as Ares 1. And so it was that on a fateful day in the year of 2014, Zhao and Hardy became the first humans to step out onto the surface of another planet. They were unsure of what they might find when they arrived, and whilst all hoped for a peaceful encounter,
Hi.
had been armed in case of a hostile event. Across mountainous terrain and through uncharacteristic Martian winds, they tracked toward the signal's source, anticipation building with their every step. As they crested the ridge, they saw it. The source of the signal.
While you load in, I'm gonna do a quick salvage. Good, it loaded me into one in progress. Because I'm doing this as efficient as I can. When I run out of deep dive keys, I run salvage for a lesser amount of reputation. And before I open up a chest, I toss on a full set of Werewalker for that 12% reputation bonus. A tier 4 deep dive gives me 500 without it, and 500 without the bonus reputation from the armor set. So if I wear the armor set, I should have this done quickly, as long as I do rotations to get more deep dive keys.
The changes to humanity were.
I'm in a salvage. I loaded into one when you said you weren't in the game, because I realized I'm one deep dive key short, and I can't continue doing deep dives for max reputation without having deep dive keys. So I literally have to switch activities to grind keys over time if I run out of keys. So we will be doing deep dive and salvage, and if I run out of deep dive keys and I can't get, we will run salvage until I get more, or we'll just go do other activities that will give me deep dive keys. I don't remember what gives me deep dive keys anymore.
They were known as the Dreamers, and would one day come to be known as.
But yeah, when we do the deep dives, you are going to have to actually try. I'm not just fucking around to get stuff done like I was in Onslaught. I'm actually, because I've got a. And then you got me on, and then I realized that I can actually get this done because I'm not tired anymore. Last time I said I was giving up on this seal, I was tired, and now I'm awake, and I have an energy drink, and I have a second win, and I will get it done.
The Traveler changed the worlds around us, from hellscapes into havens. Great cities rose from these formerly inhospitable places. The marvels of the arcologies of time.
I'll be done with this soon. I'm on the second stage, and then we gotta do boss fight, and then I'm done.
Humanity took root and flourished in soul. Many institutions grew on to take power, the most renowned of them being the thriving new technology firms and research groups that had set up throughout the system. There was the Ishtar Collective, who were primarily based on Venus, where they had discovered the Vex ruins that predated humanity by billions of years. Their study of the Vex would bring about the creation of technological marvels and new understandings all in their own right. Then, there was
It is, which is why I'm grinding my ass off.
ever have existed in the Golden Age, whose legacy can be found scattered across the system to this day. The Clovis Bray Corporation, named after
I'm just surprised you're willing to help me grind.
It was responsible for starting.
I'm just genuinely surprised you're willing to help me grind.
As well as sponsoring scientific innovation in countless areas, from artificial intelligence.
Exactly. People always give us shit. Yeah, it's not a great game, but it's a game we enjoy nonetheless.
Still be found across Sol,
Exactly.
Mars, and even
For me, it's both a mix of I like the game, I enjoy playing it, and I've also played for so long I just can't quit. I have Stockholm syndrome with Bungie.
The greatest legacy of humanity's golden age was with technology. In the golden age, we saw the rise of new creations that might have seemed indistinguishable from
You do realize I'm broke until the 15th, right?
21st century. Humanity quickly developed spacefaring.
Literally, those figures I bought on auction night, I negotiated Sam down to 100 even, and I don't have to pay, and we're paying him once my bills are paid for my insurance. I have not bought anything this month so far. I turned mine into 1,000 raid banners and phantasmal fragments, and I'm back up to 417 that I need to turn back into raid banners.
Project known as. This was a nanite technology.
Like 3,000-ish.
Create anything conceivable so long as it was given the correct inputs and control.
I was always the...
Which these nanites could construct something from seemingly nothing was revolutionary. There are some who speculate that the great city...
Yeah, I turned most of mine into rally flags, because I'm not 100% sure if phantasmal fragments will actually stay a usable currency or not. I mean, I'm sure it will, but there is no... We haven't gotten confirmation, so I'm going to use the raid... And I want the raid banners for day one raid race. Am I going to need 1,000 of them for day one raid race? No. Oh yeah, I know other people have raid banners, but it's nice going into raid day with 1,000 raid banners instead of 0. How many what? 100 in a stack.
They were in fact significant data stores and can still often be found in the wild, decrypted, and materialized into whatever is contained within, as long as you have the appropriate skill of cryptoarchaeology. But undoubtedly, there were two inventions within the Golden Age that were more remarkable than any others: the Exos and the Warmind. Exos were merely theoretical for a long time. The idea was a simple one: a human consciousness stored digitally on a mechanical body.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of them.
To live on with immortality.
You get a fun emblem, you get a fun ship, you get the catalyst for tessellation, you get the exotic tessellation, you get an emote, you get all 3 echoes, you get both of the dungeons.
Where they would surpass even the
You get a... Did I already mention the ornament in the exotic? You get the catalyst for the exotic right away, right at the end of the campaign.
prey to fundamental flaws that saw the spark of the human mind dim and go out every time.
Also, tessellation is an absolutely broken weapon on top of that, so it's really fun. So, yeah, there's a lot of fun bonus. Honestly, I'd say the bonuses for Final Shape are a lot more fun than the bonuses for Lightfall or Witch Queen were. No. Tuesday. Reset. It's always on reset.
But chief amongst them was a series of hallucinations and nightmares suffered by the crew. Clovis visited the site.
Monday is the 3rd.
Experienced hallucinations. He heard something entirely different.
Today was the 2nd.
To the distant moon of Europa, from promising in his dreams that he would
Wait, is it past mid?
his essential
Oh, it's past midnight for you, isn't it?
purpose and reason for creating the Exos.
It's still Sunday for me, yeah. So for you, it comes out tomorrow. For me, it comes out tomorrow in a half an hour.
Statue of a tall, veiled figure.
But anyway, I have 7 hours. I have to take a car up to a shop to replace its windshield, so I don't have till the servers go down. I have about 7 hours to finish this seal, so I will be doing deep dives and
He also
salvages either until I have to leave or until I get it done. If we get it done, you get to choose what we do next. All right?
Fluid or mind fluid, exposed to the influence of the veiled statue, was the key to the creation of a stable exo-mind fluid. At a site that would be known as the Deepstone Crypt, a mass of exos would emerge and begin to trickle down into human society at large. Little did Clovis know that the K1 artifact and clarity control...
Can I use what's in my Steam wallet to buy a gift? Because I should still have like 40, 50 bucks in my Steam wallet from refunds.
The War Mind was the other invention of Clovis Bray that might have defined the Golden Age.
No, I'll get it for you. If I can use the funds in my Steam wallet, then I can get it for you today.
It was Anna Bray who was close to this one.
At some point on Monday.
Eventually supersede Clovis Bray himself. It would be inaccurate to call the Warmind simply an AI. The Warmind was a superintelligence, refined over years and given an unfathomable amount of processing power. It is a superintelligence capable of far more than any administrative or defensive intelligence. Its original template had been derived from the Ares 1 mission, where it was a...
It's not all cosmetics. It's not.
Named R. It would now be given a new name under Clovis Bray and his granddaughter Anastasia Bray. It would bear the name Rasputin. Rasputin's systems were so vast that he would sometimes...
Alright, so now, before I grab the chest, I toss on the full set of Werewalker,
tasks into different working groups.
select
In
loot.
the Age of the Guardians, this even gave rise to the theory that there were many...
I got an extra... I did not get a deep dive key, but I got 66 rep from that.
Charlemagne, Malahayati, Martel, all of these ancient names that were once thought to be great virtual defenders working in parallel under Primes inter pares were in fact just parts of the singular warmind Rasputin. Even with this in mind, they had their own thoughts and perspectives, and they would name Rasputin according to...
So how do I get more deep dive keys?
...the moniker of the Tyrant. Rasputin's mandate as the Warmind was simple. His purpose...
It just... Witch's keys can be found by completing activities throughout the system. So I guess it's just, doing activities throughout the system, right?
Almost every possible piece of infrastructure.
Alright, so now you can join up.
Every vessel, every satellite, every...
We're gonna do a deep dive, and then I need to do a couple things that aren't that related to try and get some keys. Maybe something quick. I don't know what's super fast that would give me some. But if I have a deep dive key and I get tier 4, it gives me almost an entire rank in one
He
sitting.
lacked any paracausal abilities himself. He still represented one of the most advanced intelligences ever created across the whole of existence, as evidenced by a moment where his significant computational power was enough to overpower even a Vex and save an entire Ishtar Collective research team. With this power, Rasputin was capable of devising solutions to problems before they ever truly arose. More often than not, this would lead to the creation of remarkable weapons created through independent sub-protocols of his own design. This could be traditional small
Rasputin died.
arms made in the Icalos program, or full-scale planetary defense.
Rasputin died at the end of the season of the Seraph.
These weapons was undoubtedly the Warsat network, which was launched continually from Mars.
He committed suicide to stop Aramis from destroying the Traveler with the Warsats, which was Clovis's original plan for Rasputin in the first place, was the Abhorrent Imperative. Remember the name of that armor set from doing Escalation Protocol?
In his hubris, Perhaps Clovis believed that he could replace
That
the
was
Traveler
Clovis's
with
original
Rasputin.
plan, was to become humanity's protector instead of the Traveler by destroying the Traveler using Rasputin and the Warsat system. And it was called the Abhorrent Imperative.
Code, allowing him the option to do just this, should the Traveler abandon humanity. This could have led to disaster, but luckily, Clovis Bray wasn't the only one working on the Warmind. His granddaughter, Anastasia, was concerned with Rasputin's capacity to understand the worth of humanity. If Clovis Bray gave Rasputin his mind, then it would be...
Yep, and we gotta go for Tier 4 to Tier 5 on it.
How many lessons that Rasputin would lock Clovis out of his systems, realizing that Abhorrent Imperative was something that he should probably never
Speaking of Abhorrent Imperative, he just explained it.
intact. It would never be used by Rasputin, even if Clovis had tried to...
I love how I know so much lore that I basically share a brain cell with all the lore YouTubers.
ventured into his bunkers. Every once in a
Yeah,
while,
dude, I'm a freaking Bife addict. Bife got me caught up on everything I missed when I left Destiny.
Security all but guaranteed by the Warmind, we set our sights further afield. This was the time in which a colonization program known as the Exodus program,
When Beyond Light came out and they did a full complete story of the darkness.
shipboard systems that would propel humanity to
The newest lore video, he did another one for right before Final Shape. That's an updated entire story of Destiny, and this one's 10 hours long.
Exodus Black. Under the supervision of
I've watched the entire thing, and I'm doing it for a second time now. Alright, your foes grow stronger in the deep.
And negotiations
Gotta go faster.
to see
Fossilized coral reactors. Go, go, go.
to assist with colonization efforts, or defense should the need arise. The Golden Age and all of its prosperity had been a great boon to humanity. But as history has shown us, this time of peace was not to last.
Fossilized coral
There were
extracted.
signs that it would one day come to an end, but most unfortunately, they were almost universally ignored by humanity. And even as Rasputin quickly moved to counter the oncoming threat, it was readily apparent that there was little that could be done to halt the coming storm. Humanity, like so many before, would experience an apocalypse that was all too familiar to those blessed with the Traveler's Light. The forces of the Witness were on the march, and the Black Fleet loomed on the edges of our system. We would be powerless to stop what happened next. The end of the Golden Age had finally come. The collapse had begun. Though humanity had a few...
Where's the other egregore
warning
linked
signs hinting towards
thingamabob?
the coming collapse, and even some direct...
Oh, it was this piece of coral that I need to grab for this one.
Tragically ignored, pushed to the side due to hubris, or simply a lack of believing that the
There it is.
could ever end. After all, it was so easy to believe
Coral
that humanity
extracted.
would never be toppled from the height of its power. But just like every civilization before, topple we did. And this time the whole of the system
Powerful foe.
into terrible darkness, like so many others. Though the collapse might have happened
Egregore coral samples secured.
moment in time that turned the marvels of our golden age from
Select a
splendor
gift.
to ash. There
Airborne
were
damage or precision damage? Let's go with precision
worlds
damage.
over which the collapse seemingly took place would have been brutal, playing host to countless tragedies.
Reward tier 2.
Warnings would begin on Titan. Proto-worm god Asa souls the vital...
Going at minimum tier 4. Hopefully tier 5.
Viscous depths.
I would like to get tier 7, but I don't even remember how to fuck to get tier 7, so I'm not even gonna enforce that.
Founded on the ocean's surface above. The subsurface research team eventually
I don't know.
found Asa, and she reached out to them with harmonious psychic resonance. She wished for
Oh my...
friendship to
No way I didn't just die there. I was at 0 health on my pressure bar, like my shield was just broke, and then I hit my thing. Harvest for aquarium.
To their superiors.
Oh, that gave me reputation. Cool.
Of the single being that might have told them of the witness fell on deaf ears. Thus, our first chance to avert complete disaster was scuppered. On Mars, there was another opportunity. A joint venture between the Clovis Bray Corporation and the Ishtar Collective had borne significant...
Where's the switch? Oh, the switch is on the door. I'm just blind.
...learned of the oncoming calamity and done something about it. By utilizing Vex technology discovered on Venus and in cooperation with Clovis Bray, a new AI was created.
I think we just have to be fast so that we can get more things done before we run out of time. Because I think that timer is...
Another designation, the Auger Mind. The Vex technology at the heart of Soteria's construction allowed her to be free of the Vex Collective, whilst retaining their remarkable computational and simulation abilities. In particular, the acquired Vex ability to simulate the future with uncanny degrees...
Don't pick up my tangles, I have a full-on tangle build right now.
The Vex commonly use this power...
Wait, are you also running a freaking Whirling Maelstrom build?
Where they will be the only remaining form of life...
Interesting, because that tangle shouldn't have turned into Whirling Maelstrom if I didn't do it.
Technology to chart safe routes for colonial expeditions out beyond even the reaches of the Milky Way. One day, the fabled Ishtar Collective leader, known as Maya Sundaresh, removed Soteria from suspension and asked her to run a few tests, namely to chart safe courses for colonial echo pods heading from Sol to the Andromeda Galaxy. Soteria initially calculated over 300 preliminary routes. As she calculated those routes in real time, her advanced algorithms recalculated, first down from 300 to 27, and then, moments later, to just 2. These real-time calculations were due to the presence of unknown anomalous variables that presented a near 100% chance of total casualties on all colonial flights. Solaria didn't know it at the time, but she had...
Oh, that darkness lure is probably something we should have killed, isn't it?
And had realized that it was on its way.
I didn't even notice that one spawned.
Flights that might escape had a narrow window...
A darkness lure.
So. But the fleet was getting closer to Sol.
Makes stuff harder and increases our
data
tier rank.
On a private communications band, and classified the threat under the...
Alert, low fuel. Time to get more fuel.
Zone designation known as Egyptian. A threat level used to define a force that defied all causal explanation, and that might be capable of the extinction-level threat that Rasputin was always working to counter. Rasputin agreed with the assessment, and prepared for all-out war in the system. Soteria, for her part, was responsible for at least one attempt to save the lives of what human colonists were prepared to go beyond Sol. She prepared emergency launches for the fleet of colonial echo pods at her disposal, and attempted to send them out in a desperate gambit to avoid the oncoming storm. Clovis Bray saw her actions, and immediately reprimanded her, believing she had gone rogue. The echo pods were returned to their docking posts, and Soteria was confined to an AI pillory bunker on Mars, a prison for an artificial intelligence, a prison that was originally meant for the war-mind Rasputin. This was a punishment for her defiance. In a moment of desperation, Soteria attempted one last thing. She tried to create a submind, sending out a fragment of herself as data, reaching into space, a last-ditch effort to save herself and warn humanity. But it would be too little too late. And even with Rasputin having been warned, there was nothing that could be done to stop the greatest catastrophe in human history. We had been given 2 chances to heed the warning.
Yeah, see, there's a portal with each zone, so we're just gonna be fast.
Inaction and misunderstanding, we had wasted.
I want boss protection.
And so the Black Fleet arrived. So the collapse began. So the Witnesses' forces began to put Sol to the torch. The first public alerts that something had gone wrong came from Rasputin. He sounded general evacuation orders across the outer colonies. Millions
Switches
of people
on the other
flying to
side.
Mars, prepared to leave. On distant Exodus program vessels, new orders were relayed to ship captains. They were to make an about turn and use their defensive systems as orbital artillery within Sol. These orders were briefly questioned, but most would follow them. Not all, though. And even if they had all followed them,
There it is.
it
It's
was
on the
not
wall.
going to be enough. The next sign came to be the most distressing of them all. The Traveler, which had only partially conducted the terraforming of Jupiter's volcanic moon of Io, was on the move once more. This was not unheard of. The Traveler would routinely move from planetoid to planetoid, terraforming them for humanity to colonize. But this time, its work was incomplete.
Oh, we all know Destiny runs on spaghetti code. That ain't a secret.
It was heading directly for Earth. The reason for this retreat was unknown to humanity at the time, but it was likely the same reason for the Traveler's retreat time and time again. Forces of darkness had arrived. The broods of the Hive had arrived. The Black Fleet had arrived. The Witness's forces were here. Its advance across Sol was a tide of death.
Right, so if we complete this level, we will get reward tier 4, which is just the best you can get without killing the,
Nowhere was there a more dramatic end.
So the only way you can get higher than tier 4 is by killing the darkness lures, which makes things a lot harder, and I don't even remember how to do that.
Army that spread out across the oceans of Titan and shattered the arcologies beneath a torrent of methane. The Warmind fought back against the Witness's fleet, but even with all its power, there was nothing it could do. The vessels of the Black Fleet had technology and paracausal power beyond anything the Warmind could have prepared for, including fields that teleported weapons away into a separate pocket of dimension just before they could impact the vessel. Any rounds fired at a pyramid ship, even to this day, experience this same phenomenon. The Warmind struggled and buckled against the Black Fleet, and it was seemingly left with little choice. In a moment of desperation, realizing there was only one way it could survive, Rasputin did the unthinkable. Rasputin shrugged off his duties, disconnecting himself from his planetary network and splitting himself into dozens of disparate fragments in hundreds of installations. In an act that he would live to
Hello, True Dark Seed. We are finishing up the deep dive grind, if you would like to help with our next run.
To their fate, and chose to live to fight in the future. In this moment, as the forces of the Witness gathered, other interlopers were making their moves. The exiled Hive Prince Nokris and his worm god patron Zol had decided that they would descend upon Sol and planned to claim the planet of Mars for themselves. They descended upon Hellas Basin, where the Warmind's core was located. In response to these interlopers, Rasputin could do something. They were not the Black Fleet, but despite their power being immense, Rasputin was able to respond. Against these interlopers, Rasputin deployed a defense system that flash-froze Nokris, Zol, and the entire brood of Hive that had followed in.
You'll be watching the lore video tomorrow? Yeah.
Creating an artificial ice cap on Mars, it also suspended the Warmind, Worm God, and Hive Prince in stasis. None of them would be able to take part in the battles ahead, and only when the ice caps again began to thaw hundreds of years later would this new threat.
God, Whirling Maelstrom is like actually busted. What the hell?
He would suffer without Rasputin. But even if he had died in their defense, it would have made no difference.
You're gonna stream watching the entire 10-hour video in one sitting? Actually, that doesn't seem that seems normal for us, honestly. I'm not surprised.
Where the Witness's forces cut down those in front of them that could not fight back, without mercy or remorse. Where the Black Fleet destroyed all the satellites above in Earth's low orbit, as a titanic show of their power. When a terrible great mist was released upon Earth's surface, which turned everything that touched it into nothing more north.
Dude, Strand is actually, like, so much
The
fun.
forces of the Black Fleet were ascendant, triumphant. Nothing would stop them as they slowly moved in. And soon, they would be ready to take the fight to the Traveler above Earth. Soon, they would make the killing blow. The Traveler was there, ready for the Witness and its disciples to claim. And here in this final moment, they would finally be able to link the Veil and the
Rallying
allow
will
the completion of the final shape.
times
On one
4.
of the vessels of the Black Fleet, one of the Witness's disciples.
No, you get more by... No, we missed the Darkness Lore. You have to kill the Darkness Lures.
Final god of pain.
I just don't remember how to do that.
Had invaded the dreams of a few who'd lived in
I don't know where they spawn, or...
even the time of the Traveler's arrival. And now he had come to
If you can do that for the next one, that would be absolutely wonderful.
his possession. From his vessel within the Black
Because I haven't done this in so long, I'm not 100% sure what I'm supposed to do.
This one terrible moment.
I know. And its name is Jaws.
Humanity's outer colonies lay in ruin. Its great defenders all lay dead. The escaping vessels were dashed against the Black Fleet and its forces. And yet, in this moment, the most inexplicable turn of events would take place. And it was all thanks to one who the Witness had deceived long ago. Savathun, the Witch Queen. After she had split from the Taken King Oryx's side, the Witness had taken note of her cunning and her viciousness. It had planned for her to one day ascend to the rank of disciple, superseding even her brother Oryx. In a move that sparked jealousy from Rolk, the first disciple, the Witness saw her as a potentially great asset. Perhaps it was to spite Rolk for his failures concerning the annihilation of a species called the Arslid. Perhaps it was simply
Sniper.
as being the best use of resources. Whatever the case, Rolk's vessel had been grounded within Savathun's throne world, and he was instructed to train her to one day ascend into the Witness's highest ranks. In this moment of true victory, she was so close to finally achieving that station. But Savathun is cunning, and she had her own plans. Savathun had no intention of following the doctrine of the Witness and completing the final shape. Perhaps it was because her existence was predicated on lies and deception that she was...
Oh shit, no, revive, revive!
Ranks. Perhaps she had learned the truth of the God Wave, and that the Witness had lied to the Hive. She wished to pursue a greater form of ascension all for herself.
Oh, that was way too close. I was at 0. I'm literally 1 tap right now. Like, there was no health remaining on my health bar.
She fought with Nezarec, betraying him and defeating him. It is not easy to definitively say that this is so, but Savathun might have used the innate power of the Veil to overcome Nezarec. Regardless, she did strike him down. And above Earth, she stole away the Veil, the key to the Witness's plans, before allowing Nezarec's pyramid vessel to crash deep into the surface of Luna. In this moment, a butcher of 10 million worlds, the god of lies and deception, the next in line to ascend into one of the Witness's most loyal disciples, had scuppered its plans and robbed it of the final victory that it so desperately craved. Savathun would shepherd the Veil away to the planet of Neptune, where a mixture of the planet's dense atmosphere, interference from local Vex, and the haywire signal of the Veil itself would be enough to hide it from the Witness's prying eyes. In orbit above, one of the few remaining colony ships...
No! The exploder shank!
Collective researchers known as Maya...
An exploder shank snuck into the well.
Out of the chaos. They were assaulted by a...
Legitimately.
But miraculously managed to fend it off with their ships.
An exploder shank. Yeah, freaking...
The vessel was used like an antenna, and remarkably, it picked up the remains of Soteria's wayward submind, allowing it to safely harbor within the vessel itself. Even as the Exodus Indigo would shuttle its way into Neptune's atmosphere, they would find the Veil.
Friggin' exploder shanks.
But But for the longest time, both the Veil and the system...
Bro, we had that too. That's ridiculous.
No. It would have been assumed quite easily that the Exodus Indigo was just another calamitous casualty.
Oh, well, that's fire.
But, in reality...
Don't die. Use your well if you have... No!
The one true hope for humanity.
Hold up, I'm switching my loadout.
Here, the tide had been turned. Humanity's doom was still all but assured.
Go with the fucking outbreak.
Veil, the Witness could not enact its plans. It could not merge the Traveler's light with the Veil's darkness. It could not create the final shape. The details of what happened next are as vague and mythical as the Traveler itself. Some believed that the Warmind had indeed attempted to destroy the Traveler. Others believed that in a single titanic battle, the forces of darkness were defeated by the forces of light. Others speak of stranger tales still. But what we do know is this. The Traveler sacrificed itself to save humanity. And as it hung low above Earth, it was left broken. A massive shard of the mysterious sphere can still be found as a remnant of that titanic struggle. It sits to this day in what is now known as the European Dead Zone. The forces of the Witness were either banished from Sol
Alright.
or left. Seeing
Alright, here we go. First phase down.
To save humanity,
Obviously.
the Black Fleet was forcibly ejected into dark space. Or perhaps the Witness left, hibernating there just in case there was anything it could do to one day return and achieve victory. But for now, the Traveler had won, but the cost was utterly staggering. Most of humanity...
Oh yeah, Whisper would be really good against this boss.
To be found. Great marvels and technology and culture had been thrown into the fire. Our knowledge...
I'm using Outbreak.
The ravages of apocalypse were upon us. Worst of all, the Traveler, which had given its last full measure of benevolence above Earth...
Ow, snipe exploder shanks behind you!
...was all but completely gone. Ruin was...
No! The exploder shanks again!
A new hope was born. In the moment of the Traveler's sacrifice, thousands of
Exploder shanks!
were released. Tiny autonomous drones, no larger than a clenched fist.
I swear! Damn exploder shanks!
This was the birth of the ghosts. Their like had never been seen
Damn
before.
shanks.
They would change the fate of humanity and all those within the system once again. Their sacred mission, their singular task, was to head out into the system to find those amongst the dead who were worthy of wielding the Traveler's light, and to resurrect them as its undying warriors. Though they would be known as the Risen or Light-Bearers in the early days, in the ages that followed, they would almost universally be heralded by another title. They would be known
Alright, I'm saving my
Guardians.
super for second phase, and I'll use my super on second phase this time.
The apex of the calamity, as darkness pressed in all around. Out in the reaches of the asteroid belt, another miraculous occurrence would take place. Aboard one of the Exodus program vessels, known as Exodus Green, the fates of another people were being changed. It would begin with a clash of light and darkness, with a singularity and a young woman who would be the first to cross over. Though she would not know her destiny at the time, she would...
Give me my tango, I want to throw a whirling maelstrom at it.
Mother, in that moment, would be Starlight, and her father would be the Dark.
Ten seconds on my revive. 4, 3, 2, get teammate.
In the midst of the collapse,
Oh, Lord.
the Exodus program vessel, the Exodus Green, was partway through its journey into the stars.
I'm gonna grab that restoration ball.
Crew were meant to form a new outpost of humanity somewhere out in the universe. Their plans were first interrupted by a silent shadow that was stalking their ship through the cold reaches of space. The ship's captain, Alice Lee, hailed the pursuing vessel multiple times to no avail. A phantom pursuer alone would be troublesome enough, but this vessel was likely one of the Black Fleet's pyramid ships, thus spelling an almost certain doom when it caught up with them. Their plans were further altered by the beginning of the collapse. The Warmind
I'm going to continue standing behind this
to begin using its defensive
thing so I don't take fire damage.
artillery, and to return to the system to counter the arriving threat. Alice Lee, pursued by
Alright, there we go. Now, we don't die to Shanks this time. Right?
would soon not
Right.
call home, ignored the Warmind's orders and sought to save her crew. Her defiance would not win her any mercy with her pursuers, which quickly entered weapons range and began to violently grip the vessel
Shanks!
with gravity waves. Alice Lee and the rest of the crew were being stretched on a
There we go. Wait.
torn asunder slowly as they
Yay!
tried to flee.
I just had to kill the Shank that time. Oh yeah, I need to
Alice Lee
quick swap over to Werewalker.
every comm buoy and antenna that she could possibly extend. She sent out a request into the dark for anything to hear the
273,
declared her intention.
557, and a salvage key, which will refresh my last deep dive key.
A neutral party with no allegiance to Earth. Whether or not this made any difference to their fates is unknown, but there was at least one crew member who was determined to take fate into her own hands.
And now I'm going to take us into salvage to do a salvage, which will give me
likely to die.
another deep dive key, and then we run another deep dive.
So she donned a spacesuit and went out on a long...
You said you can handle getting us to tier 5 or 6 with the darkness lure things we gotta kill, right? Alright, thank you. Because the most that I can get... Oh, God, Alex, what are you doing?
Singularity formed within that clash of light and dark, and it began to drag the Exodus Green into its depths. Seeing his sister in mortal peril, Baldwin reached out and beckoned Mara to return to the Exodus Green. But Mara did not look back, and as the ship and all...
And how do we do it? Is that to get to tier 6 or tier 7? Well, I just need at least... I just want to get to tier 5 or tier 6, so how do we do it? It'd be the same, it's just not all 3 of them die, I think. Each one of them gives an extra reward tier, I think. Got it. So I'll need to get my dad in here. Yeah, that's asking too much, for sure.
Passengers of the Exodus Queen were also aroused from their slumber. The numbers were partially imbalanced, with the majority of the crew being women.
I need to request your help with a tier 6 deep dive. Yeah, the higher the tier, the more reputation I get, and I want to get this done fast because I'm almost there. If I toss on the Werewalker set at tier 4, I get around 700-ish. But we need a coordinated team to get higher than tier 4. Well, right now I'm in a salvage, so you got a bit. All right, works for me. I'll send you an invite when we're out of the salvage. All right, see you then. Got our third. He'll be joining for deep dives. Well, it's looking like I may actually finish this seal because if I do enough high tier deep dives, they don't take. I have done Season of the Wish, Season of the Wish, Season of the Witch, and now I'm doing Season of the Deep. I won't be able to do Season of Defiance because I have way too many things left undone on that, but I'm gonna get 3 of my seals done. Well, we'll see how much time I have left when I'm done with the salvages and deep dives. I did see that quest line when I was there. Let me see. What do I have left? I am at 5 out of 12. I need to gain bonus rewards, listen to the radio messages, acquire favors of grace, acquire favors of zeal, complete the last Node Avalon quest, complete Node Avalon on Legend, and Defiant Battleground Legend on Cosmodrome and Orbital Prison. I think it's selectable right now, actually. And let me check. No, it's not. It's not rotated. So yeah, I couldn't even finish it if I wanted to. Servers go down at 9 a.m. And come back up at 10 a.m. on Tuesday. Expansion releases at noon. So you can start. Yeah, which is why I'm finishing this one, because it's the one I know I can do, because it just requires me to run this activity and the other activity over and over again for God knows how long. Once we are out of this activity and I get that last deep dive key from this chest, I will see what my reputation rank is like. But we won't be doing the next deep dive until I get my keys. What time is it right now? Oh, it's 11:59, and I'm almost halfway there. Oh, I've got this, because I'll need to do some short things. I'll need to do, like, some regular Vanguard playlist strikes to get more deep dive keys. I mean quick. Like, fast. Strikes. Yes, but that's still less. That'll still take more time than a strike. Not a nightfall, a playlist strike. Then we might do momentum control to grab keys then, because I'll need salvage keys and deep dive. Because after this last deep dive, I will need to restock on both salvage keys and deep dive keys. Because without those, I won't even be getting 100 reputation a run. And if I'm not getting at least 300 reputation, the time isn't worth it. The time is completely wasted. Because even with the Werewalker set on, opening a deep dive chest, or a salvage chest, without a salvage key, gives me 72 reputation. Okay, can you, Heavy Shank, can you not shoot me while you're not even looking at me? It was looking the complete opposite direction it was shooting, and hitting me dead on. Oh shit, fish do give me small bits of reputation, doesn't it? I still need to get all the other types of exotic fish, but I can do that after I'm done with the deep dives. Like, I'm gonna get it done using this, because while fish do give me reputation, it's such a negligible amount that the amount of time I'd spend fishing wouldn't be worth it. I may finish off with fishing, because I still need to get my fish pins, meaning I still need to catch the exotic fish from everywhere other than Throne World, so we will do fishing as well, yeah. When we are done in deep dives and salvage, we will go fishing. That sounds like a fun way to finish it off, right? Is fishing going away? No! Is it? It's one tackle per fish, right? Oh god, wait, what does my tackle box look like right now? Oh, I have 500 bait and 0 fish. Because I haven't fished in a while. Yeah, I tell you, go, hey, don't get free. I just saw a YouTube clip of someone who deposited 80,000 fish at the same time. They had like 57,000, like 37,000 common, 27,000 rares, and like 10,000 exotic fish. And they just dunked them all at the same time. Really? Is it more? Is it more than doing salvages and deep dives? Then we may take if I run out of deep dive keys, we may take a small break and do some fishing before we move over to momentum control. Actually, we should probably do momentum control and then fishing. All depends. I gotta figure out. I need to stop stressing. I have 7 hours to do this. Like, it may not seem like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's really a long time to do what I need to get done, you know? Technically, I would have 9 hours, but I gotta help. My mom has to take her car up to a shop to get its windshield replaced because when she drove up to Michigan, it got cracked. So I have to drive her to work afterwards. She leaves for work at 7, hence me not actually having till 9 to do it. Sadly. So, if she didn't have to get her windshield replaced today, I would have 9 hours to do it, and I could rush a little bit less. But I'm still going to treat it like I only have like 3 hours left, honestly. Stand on plate, kill Runekeeper. No, I mean, it's the one, when you step on one, it says you found the ritual rune, you found the right one. It's that big one in the middle. You want to match the one that's the big one in the middle. It's not this one. It's the one that everyone's on right now. I just caught my threaded spike while in a grapple melee, and it canceled my grapple melee to catch the threaded spike. This one on me. Oh wow, yeah, blueberries are quick on the uptake. I said, oh wow, the blueberries are quick on the uptake. Alright, now, boss time. I gotta wait for its shield to come down, because it takes the bit for some weird reason. Okay, quick, switch to Werewalker. And prepare to collect the chest, wherever it is. There it is. Collect loot, and that gave me 278 sonar station reputation and a rapacious appetite. No deep dive key, meaning we're gonna go do a run of momentum control right now to go grab deep dive keys. Yeah, we're gonna go run momentum control. I still need to do the Mida Catalyst. So I guess I'll toss on Midas and work on my Midas Catalyst while we do momentum. I should have a Midas multi-tool in my vault somewhere. Or I don't. I don't. I don't have a Mida multi-tool. Mida is my last Crucible Catalyst, so since it's a momentum control, I might as well just do it. Oh, I just realized I'm fucking doing Crucible without sound right now, aren't I? Oh well. Oh god, that's a Vex. Mythoclast? No. No. No, no, no. No, fuck, that's a wave splitter. Fucking hell. I just want to get into the cheese. Hello, Butch. I just want to get into the cheese spot and plink heads. Did they patch it? When did they patch the cheese? When did they patch the cheese? Bulk, Shax's Tasty Toes, Crotana, Bulk Disciple of the Gym. Boom. Oh, damn it, Osteostria. Osteostriga shouldn't be killing you in Crucible, period. Fucking hell, it's so good! Ow! Now, I'm just hoping this gives me a deep dive key, because if it doesn't, I'm going to be very sad. Because if it doesn't give me because I need to get back to max deep dive key. Right now, Butch, I'm out of both salvage keys and deep dive keys, so I'm doing other activities in the system so I can get more deep dive and salvage keys, so I can go back to doing deep dive and salvage. Dude, I freaking love Mida in Momentum. This is so good. It 2-taps consistently because it does 107 fucking damage in Momentum control. That's not okay. And the fact that it keeps spawning enemies right here in this lane for me to just go, oh, there's the Osteostriga. There, and the trace rifles. Oh, Chroma Rush finished me. The Osteostriga! Oh my god! Wait, does the rocket pistol insta-kill in Crucible? In Momentum? It's time to test it. Hold up. Hold up. Where's a person? I need you to taste the rocket pistol, please. If I can hit a shot! Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. It's like actually ridiculous. Oh my god, it does. It does. I finally have a crucible. Oh, wait, that didn't kill him? What killed him? Let's go! I killed him with the frickin' rocket pistol. Back to Mida. Oh shit. Ow, fuck. Man, you're right, this is going fast. It's like, what, 6 minutes at maximum? I do love momentum control. Momentum control is quite fun, yes. Just gotta keep waiting for them to come to this hallway over here, and then I can take them out. Oh, we won. And it gave me a layer key, not a deep dive key. No, it gave me a layer key. I need a deep dive key. I don't know how to get deep dive keys.
By the fall of Nezarek's pyramid, a hive of forces under the water infest the moon, where they constructed a massive pit. This pit would eventually be turned into a terrifying subterranean fortress with dozens of forced catacombs and ritual chambers. From here, Rota would create the infrastructure necessary to stage a long-scale hive invasion of Earth. When the time was right, this fortress and its attached facilities, speeder vessels, in the direction of Earth, and thousands upon thousands of Crota's brood would invade. The Hellmouth's construction had been built in a downwards fashion for another reason. Crota's forces were intent on reaching the Pyramid of Nezarek, but much as they tried to gain access, they were always denied by the pyramid itself. So they collected in its shadow, like a roiling colony of ants.
It says strikes. Strikes is the best way to get it. I need one more key, and then we can run another deep dive. You want to get on for deep dive, Butch? Season of the Witch had Witchkeeper. Witch? Season of the Witch had... Wait, what did Season of the Witch have? Season of the Witch had something. Let me check. I know it had something.
That's Rasputin, the AI warlord. If I'm understanding him correctly, it's a distress call. There are so few ballet fans left, Garden. It'd be a shame to lose him.
Excalibur. Wait. Yeah, that was... No, Butch. That was Season of Defiance, yeah. It was Vexcalibur and Defiance, Wicked Implement and Season of the Deep. Well, that's fine, honestly. Oh, God. Fallen Saber? Really? You couldn't give us a fast strike? No. That Messenger was back in frickin' Beyond Light, wasn't it? He's trying to say, he's just naming random exotics now. Dead Messenger was back during Season of the Risen. Or not Season of the Risen, Season of, the Cabal season, where we got the land take. Yeah, but the craftable variants of exotic weapons we already had don't count as new exotics. He said Dead Messenger. Yeah, I know. He said crafted because we did get crafted Dead Messenger in Season of the Witch, but that doesn't count. Is what I'm saying. Ex Dearest was the season pass exotic. We're talking about like secret exotics, Butch. That was a secret mission inside of Deep Dive that required you to have caught every exotic fish. We will be doing a lot of Season of the Deep activities. I just need to get I just need to get more Deep Dive keys. Why did it put us on a long strike for the first one? Wicked Implement with Season of the Deep. Butch, we're talking about Season of the Witch. We are talking about Season of the Witch. And what Alright, time to move on this strike. Now we gotta go clear the room and do the arc circuits, which are annoying and a pain in the ass. What, because we have skimmers? You can still get the skimmer. It's in the Eververse shop. And the one in the Eververse shop's cooler anyway. I'm really loving this Strand build, that I'm only going to be able to run to its full potential for another few hours. God, we killed them so fast they didn't even have time to spawn. We just spawn camped those fuckers. Jesus. We legitimately just spawn camped them. Literally, all of the time that this strike takes comes from the beginning of having to wait on the damn war set. Like, if we didn't have to wait on the damn war set, we would have this strike done in like 4 minutes instead of 8. Heat sinks extended. It goes by so quick, and now we kill the servitors. Now we kill the servitors again. When they spawn. Now I'm just going to throw this right here to get a whirling maelstrom up and just eliminate its entire existence. I got a bunch of engrams, but no deep dive key. It said I may end up having to do like 4 strikes to get a deep dive key, but this took us 8 minutes. And instead of waiting for the next one, I'm just going to load us right in. Come on, give me another key, man. Give me a key. Why does it keep giving us long ones? Honestly, I may get one from my sonar rank. So I'm actually going to take us to the helm and check and see if I got one from my sonar rank up. My sonar table rank up.
Some semblance of control and peace to the world. Challenge the warlords and drive them back. Under the tutelage of the original Iron Lords, many great heroes would be select the finest protectors of humanity, one way or another. Not least amongst their number would be an awoken man of great strength, called Zavala, and a strange human of impatient disposition and great knowledge, called Osiris. The heroes of Earth were looking to make their mark. The people of Earth still needed a true place to call home, and the Iron Temple was not large enough for the whole of humanity. For so many, there was but one place they could go, one place more obvious than any other. They went to that strange place where the traveler made its final stand. In the shadow of this broken god, humanity's remnants would begin to regroup. A refugee camp grew and grew, and eventually their numbers swelled to the point where everyone needed to be properly organized. And in this moment, we nearly destroyed ourselves once again. From the huddled masses that
Oh yeah, okay, we're loaded in. Okay, check my postmaster. Almost out of space.
establish itself, there were factions within its boundaries, and as these factions will eventually fight Lightbearer. It was in this time the division within this refugee camp gave a perfect opportunity for the Fallen to arrive and plunder the great host of human survivors. They did not know the true power of the Guardians on that day, though, and in the face of an external threat, the factions were able to put aside their differences and repel the invaders. These skirmishes were known as the Flash Battles.
Oh no, I was clearing my postmaster. I'll go check now. I need to get to 17. Right now I am rank 12 and I get a key at rank 13.
This would be the first great conflict between the Elixir and humanity on such a scale, and to the Fallen, it was dramatically important. They had seen that the Traveler had settled on Earth. They had seen that it had died for this other people. They had even seen that it had sheltered underneath this great oak. And, worst of all, it had planted its kingdoms of medicine to the various members of that civilization, even beyond its own death. This was not just a religious war. This was their moment to prove that they were still worthy of the ruling machine. And so the House of Devils descended upon the city.
I'm in a chat, Butch.
Artillery was mostly conducted by Guardians, though some rudimentary friends and some members of the city.
No, that's Butch. It's another one of my friends.
In this terrifying fight, this first battle, different fronts. Guardians that called those different fronts would not let you listen.
Kinetic tremors, Firefly.
It was humanity's first true victory, and many legendary Guardians, such as Commander Zavala, Saint 14,
All right, we're going to fish at Nessus for a bit. All right, we're gonna fish for a bit, get some experience from fishing.
It was clear now that the Lightbearers were split across three disciplines: Assassins, Warlocks. The speaker created a vanguard, a group of 3,000 Divers were heavily clad in the greatest of armor and favored warfare as methods of warfare. Their intention to charge the enemy was only tempered by hunters were nomadic or free-spirited, they often roamed alone or in small posses, acting as scouts or as hunters of Earth, bold adventurers, These light bearers encampment. We know these light bearers, though, thanks to their defense of this fledgling city. The light bearers had earned themselves a title that would define the rest of their existence. They were known as guardians, and the first of those to thus, say 14, Osiris and Tallulah Fairwind ascended to be the first ever mentors of the Vanguard, the Titans, Warlords, and Hunters, respectively. And whilst they had nearly destroyed the last city during the faction wars, they still represented many important perspectives. So, with them in mind, the speaker put 10 in a row to see which ones were worth representing. Those that had directly instigated violence. Excellent.
I like our lines are electrified on Nessus.
Lay down their arms to be allowed to continue persisting. Many of the petitioners
No, our lines are like electrified in the radial area. Look.
the new monarchy, and the dead ordered. Their perspectives would be represented on a consensus council. They would be at the heart of government, within the consensus at large. It was also joined by the Vanguard members and the Speaker. There was also a greater consensus council that also consisted of any other citizens and non-citizens within the city. Those
Perfect catch. Let's go. I don't like how it's going in the radial area.
This was by far the greatest echo of the 6 runs, the union of humanity. Those who would represent the civilian population. There's a significance.
No, like I caught it and it stayed in the middle of the pond.
Which the battle was were formed predominantly by 4 Titan orders. As best we know, they were the Pilgrim Guard, the Firebreak Order, the Stoneborn Order, and the First Males. Regardless of which of these orders were present on that day, we do know that the defense of this fledgling city on 6 fronts orders of Titans for Titan heraldry being what it is.
The fact that the fish haven't turned to Vex is kind of scary, actually.
Pieces to it. Their heraldry has always remembered 6 fronts. It is one of their proudest achievements to defend the lost city. It's breaking, and as it began to grow, this fledgling city that had once been nothing but a refugee camp simply became known as the Last City, the last safe haven for humanity in Sol, as best we knew at the time. Whilst there was some amongst the Titan Orders who lamented that 6
I like how the longer you're waiting for a bite, it just zooms in on your guardian.
ranks of the retreating fallen, and many other dangers throughout the system, so the Guardians would be rallied to deal with them. In particular, securing the city's defenses would allow us to turn our eyes to the rest of the system. There were terrible things happening on Venus. In particular, the Ahamkara was starting to transform it. We didn't understand why at the time, but it's likely that this is thanks to the intervention of the Nine. And from what we had seen, we had realized the power of the beasts was a threat that we couldn't allow to exist. So the order was given. The Guardians would hunt down the Ahamkara and bring about their extinction. It was not an easy choice to make.
Oh, okay, hook. Got some bait. Oh, cool. I've got every type of uncommon fish now. Probably. But yet, we're more likely to go do this than we were to actually get enough people on escalation protocol to do a full run. Back when it was new? Yeah, that makes sense when it was new, but afterwards. Now, give me some purple fish and some exotic fish, man. I need the rep they give me. I need to get all. You don't need. Butch can help you get Wicked Implement, but I'm not going to do that because it's not worth the time that it takes. That mission's a pain in the ass. It's not. It's a secret mission. I'm getting nothing. Oh yeah, the moment I get the Nessus exotic fish, we're moving to the EDZ. Because I still need to get the exotic fish that aren't from the throne world. The exotic fish that aren't from the throne world. Hey, let me check. Let me see. I am missing the Vexing Placoderm, the Whispering Mothcarp, and the Aeonian Alpha Beta. So once I get the exotic fish from here, uh-oh. Yeah, only one player needs it all, but we're not doing that mission. All right. Well, I guess we're going to the EDZ since the fishing spot here is dead. Was there a different one over here? Is there... Yeah. Let's go to Trosslin because, like, I want... Like, putting in these fish could give me some, but... Now let's do this fishing zone in Trosslin in the EDZ, and then we'll go do it. I currently have 16 fish. Release fish at the aquarium in the helm for rewards based on difficulty. Increased activity detected in the outskirts, the miasma, and the cistern. I mean, I guess this is a fine break if I'm still getting reputation from it, but I doubt it's enough to make up for what I'm not getting by just running deep dives without deep dive keys. Because if you run a deep dive and open a chest without a deep dive key and you get a deep dive key from that chest, it updates how much you got and it'll automatically take that chest away from you and give you the bonus rewards from having a key. Yeah. So opening a deep chest can give you a key. And if you open a deep chest without a key, and you get a key from that deep chest, it'll automatically... Oh my god. That's fucking bullshit. I had just started fishing, and then it disappeared immediately. Are you just gonna... It'd be funnier if we had a dragon's breath to just insta-kill it, you know? But, I mean, we don't even need to do that, because I think it's already dead at this point. I do have a toy. Where my chest? It could give me a key. Where my chest? Where my loot? Where's the loot? That's bullshit! Like that? Perfect catch. It didn't give me anything. I need the exotic fish. I want to buy the fish pins, man. I'm not even getting purple fish, man. Yup. And then we can go do a higher level deep dive. Because Butch is here. We're gonna try and get a tier. We're gonna try and get a tier 6. Oh, there's a purple fish. Once I get this catch, I cast a line again. Yes, Butch can hear you. Now, purple fish should give me some alright rep. Exotic fish would probably give me good rep. Yeah. Come on, just give me the exotic fish for this area. I want my fish pins. Fuck you. Butch, keep fishing. Oh, wow, I pulled too early. Nearby fish have begun to take notice. Nah, I just wait to see a pot square pop up. I'm fishing you and you're fishing you, fishing me. Fishing guardians. What the hell? Why didn't it respond? I tapped on perfect catch and it didn't actually reel in. Butch, fish. Another purple fish. Dranglefish broke. I never. I love the fish names. They're so fucking funny. Fucking hell, Butch. Fish. Yes. Which one's the one from the throne world? Ah. No. I only did fishing for like the first couple weeks that it was out. You know what? That actually makes sense. But Axe Head also makes sense because Sword Logic and Hive. Knights use axes. I mean, you're right. We call it the bomb logic. I'm so bad at this. Come on, just give me an exotic fish so I can go. Then tell him. Then tell him to fish since he can hear you in game chat. I can hear you. I can see you in game chat. You're speaking. He can hear you. Oh, but tell him that I told him to start fishing. We're fishing for reputation so I can get my deep dive key.
Resolved to write his findings down and collate them in a book, much against the warnings of his pupil, Lightfall, another powerful warlock. Osiris believed that he would add objectivity to the system.
But stop it. He's distracting me. Fuck off, Butch. Purple fish. Salvager salvo. Mm-hmm. But just tell him I told him to help. We're trying to get me reputation. He's nodding to you by saying that. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, one more catch and we'll go to a different area. I'm probably going to move to Nessus next. And another purple fish. Okay, we got to keep going. Now we're at tier 3. Because I got a purple fish on my... I said one last one, and I got a purple... And now Butch decides to fucking help.
His position as the warlock vanguard. Followed by his ghost Zagira, Osiris would head to Mercury to understand the Vex better, and to prepare to face them should the need arise.
Butch doesn't just stand around fishing, and he's been doing activities. He has 100 bait. He just doesn't want to fish. I think Bush just got desynced. Nope, he just walked off the edge and died.
Osiris's exile left tangible scars on the fabric of the city beyond even just a few people leaving. It was the first time that an internal force split the city since the time of the faction wars. It was the first time it had truly been a single man. It was the first time it had been guardian.
Another purple fish. Have you never gotten to Fishing Frenzy before? Oh. Well, then I guess we'll keep going until we hit Fishing Frenzy. Lots of fish. High chance for exotic fish. High chance for purple fish. Fast catches. Butch, come help!
was forced to flee against it, being haunted by it for the rest of his days. Warlock Praedyth of the future war cult was lost within the deepest reaches of the vault, and was imprisoned there seemingly for all eternity. The Titan Kabir was beaten back by the Templar, and then drank of Vex's radiolaria, thus enabling himself to be consumed by the Vex completely, and to become one with them. Before he died, he did at least manage to drop what light of his remained into a shield, a paracausal force known as the Watchers. Thus, some of humanity's greatest heroes would fall. Long ago, such individual legends when lost might have been born by the lost city.
Fuck, I keep missing my perfect catch, so I'm not getting freaking purples. Grr.
Scouts amongst the hunters had noticed a significant fall in trample.
That was another just a nice catch.
This was no coincidence. Long had the houses waited and watched the traveler with envy. They had always plotted the downfall of the city. Doing so was no small feat. After the failure of the House of Devils at the Battle of the Six Fronts, it was clear that the last things on the world died easily. Not a single fallen house would be able to assail the Guardians in their own home. But what about...
There's a perfect catch, and it gave me a blue, or is it a white? I can't quite tell. I think it's a blue.
Then there was a far greater chance of victory. So it was that the four greatest houses of the Elixir coordinated together. The Kells of the Houses of Devils, Kings, Winter, and Wolves would marshal their forces and send them to Earth. Together they were uniting the greatest host of Elixir that the galaxy had ever seen, ready to defeat the Guardians, break their walls, and reclaim the great machine at last. The exact number of all assembled in this battle is not made clear, but based on the forms written in the Forsman, Wolves, and Wolves, it is easy to speculate that there must have been over 1 million fallen in this army. Such a tidal wave of the Forsman would have eradicated the lost city from good, but for the actions of two staunch heroes who stood strong in their roles, one as a sovereign, and the other as a
There we go. Perfect catch. Purple fish. We're almost there.
House of Devils, Kings, and Winter
Hey, I got a temptation. I got a Temptations hook.
and assembled on Earth with some
No, sorry, a Temptations attic.
was not in the inner system. They were in the Jovian ruins, and they would need to pass through the asteroid belt in inches in order to reach Earth.
Man, I already have a sword that's a fit. That's just a giant fish in Genshin.
Stopped their marches, and the largest asteroid
One more legendary fish. I got I got a freaking upgrade module from it. What the hell? Uh, I got a bait and a fish from that one. Come on, give me one more purple fish so we can get fishing frenzy. Oh, there it is. Come on. Perfect catches now. I gotta get my perfect catches now. I missed my perfect catch again. There we go. There's a perfect catch. Honestly, I don't think it increases chances by much. All I know it does for sure is make it so that catches come faster.
Ranks with the wolves. Scribe, known as Farix the Loyal, of House Judgment. He saw that Mara Sov was a leader that might at least be able to ignite the elixir.
There's another perfect.
He gave her critical information that led to the defeat and capture of Scoreless. Scoreless would have called Farix Varrix's arms, I feel as though Varrix might not necessarily have cared. The remaining wolves either bent the knee to Mara, or were imprisoned alongside their Kel in Varrix's new jail, a facility that would one day come to be known as the Prison of Infants. With her victory here, Mara Sov had denied one of the fallen houses from an ability to attack Earth and potentially reclaim the Great Machine. She had also denied the greatest possible reinforcements in the system for the houses of Kings, Winter, and Devils. Now there were only 3 houses instead of 4. Regardless, this was still the largest Elixir army.
After this one goes away, we're gonna go to the helm and turn in my fish.
Lord Saladin Forge was in command with his protege, Scamander Zavala, and Lord Shax at his side. As the last of the Iron Lords, aside from Lady Aphrodite, who had fled long ago, Saladin was well prepared for a siege, and he had great degrees of experience. But so did Lord Shax. And Shax also had an uncanny ability to see when a battle could be turned, something which would happen in the greatest and most heated moment of the battle that would ensue. In the end, the actions of a single fire team, Shax's fire team, would determine victory or defeat that day, and that fire team was present at the weakened part of the city's defenses that Osiris had pointed out to the speaker himself at Twilight Gap. Here, Lord Shax was forced to hold the line, which he quickly saw was starting to buckle and break. Saladin also noted this, and believed that this would be where the tide broke through. If they broke through, it would be the end of humanity. Forces of the Elixir would have overwhelmed the city, and none would survive. Lord Saladin made the awful choice of sounding a general retreat in the city's Ridgeback district, believing that that might be the only place they could hold back the fallen. But Lord Shax knew that with such maneuver, would be guaranteed the lost city, and so he disobeyed Lord Saladin. Alongside his fire team, Shax held the line, dying over and over back to back, until eventually reinforcements could arrive. Legends were born that day, not least amongst them Anna Bray, the same
I
Anna
might give
Bray
it a few more casts and then take us to the helm. Hmm?
had seen her name tag and badge on her person from a long time.
Yeah.
So would many others,
Yeah.
thanks to her actions in
Unless this next one's a purple.
wherever her golden gun shot, a whisper of the traveler's light would be left. These remnants of her light would still be present to this day. It was also in this battle that she faked her own death, so that she might explore more of the legacies of her own family's past, without the interference of the lost city. The battle was fierce.
I missed the perfect catch. I gotta give it another go. Let's go. Maybe I'll get a purple on this one if I get a perfect catch.
Lord Shax and his fire team had saved the lost city. The losses from the battle were staggering.
Let's go. I got a purple.
Was devastated.
A Salvager Salmon.
Imagined the Battle of the Twilight Gap would change the lost city forever. So would Guardians had held that moment in an age of great uncertainty. Now the true danger of the division zone was also getting more clear. Some chose to look on Twilight Gap with remembrance. Basil Crux and Victor Lenoir, two of the city's great industrialists and the creators of the Crux-Lenoir foundry, would use this opportunity to design a new weapon of war in commemoration of the battle, a Yellowphone, forged from the armor and light of Guardians that had fallen that day. It was set to ring out with the power
Perfect catch. Another purple.
of the best rifles aboard, the howl of the wolves. Others looked forward to the Gap's events and saw the city's place as being ascendant. Never again would the Elixir assemble a force of this size, and never again would they invade the city.
Which one? I've got like 6 of the Axe Head and none of the other ones until now. No, I just haven't caught any of the other ones because I didn't fish all that much and I only fished in the throne world. So that might have been it, honestly.
Killing as many as he could get his hands on. These would be known as the Crusades of Saint 14. They would hunt and climb
Alright.
caravans of devils. Flying the devils were led by Sulcus, whose might was so great that he reached
Yep. We will see what this gives me. We have we are at T minus 5 hours and 40 minutes. I have 83 fish, 9 legendary, 1 exotic, 37 rare, and 36 uncommon. Let's see how much... oh yeah, I need to toss on my Werewalker set for extra reputation before I turn it in. Alright, I've got a bonus 12% reputation gain. Will release exotic fish. 22 rep. Rare fish. Plus 50. Plus 72. I did not get a deep dive key from my fish. But I did. Oh no. Okay, I'm now at rank 12. Did I get a salvage key or anything? Nah. I did. I got a deep dive key. I got a deep dive key. All right. Tell Butch that we're going for tier 6, so he'll need to find the Tolan spheres. Actually, how about we just all switch to game chat? Butch. 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 We're doing higher tier, so we're gonna... You know how to do higher tier deep dives, right, Butch? You know the Tolan spheres that you find out and about on the missions? We all have to hit them at the same time. I think I'll have Glows coordinate it. Yeah, we can hear you. All right, let's go.
Fire Team Asa, Saint 14 has you. Move out, Fire Team.
I'm just running this fun Strand build, well, because I found out Whirling Maelstrom is fun and really good.
And
All right, so do we gotta look for them and then just shoot them, and then what does it do? I forgot what it does after that.
Asa has given us. Between us three, it frightens me.
between us,
Well, tier 4 with Werewalker gives me like 700, so I want to get a higher tier. I want to try and get to tier 5 or tier 6, so I can get even more rank. And honestly, we may just continue running deep dives with me not having a deep dive key, because it'll be more oh, wait. Gotta toss on the Werewalker to pick this up. Oh yeah, plus 3 rep. Worth it, 100%. Also, oh, I love how it says it increases reputation gain from all sources. I guess it really doesn't on the... I guess the Alkane Dust is just 3, period.
Asa can feel a horde of coral nearby,
We're not doing the mission because the mission won't let us complete the deep dive.
and I'll keep reinforcing reinforcements off your back.
Oh, a Toland. I think he... Butch, did you also hear Totem? Alright. Not all yet seek invocation to the... Oh, okay, so we just all touch it. Butch, come touch this one. Come touch it. Quick, quick. The darkness awaits your invocation. Alright. I genuinely don't remember. Pressure trial failed. I don't remember how the frickin' I'm pretty sure we had to break all 3 of those blights, right? So each of us takes 1, because they don't have that much health, I don't think. I have 2, and I need to get more. I got some from depositing the fish. Yeah, that's why I loaded us in, because I have a deep dive key for each chest. I just need to make sure that we get to at least tier 6 so I can get extra bonuses. Because I need as much as I can get, because I'm at tier 12. I'm at tier 12 rank 12 right now, and I need to hit 15. Anything that keeps us alive is what you want to get.
This plan your worm has brought us, is that all she has to offer?
I'm just as frustrated as you are. I hate the Hive, Saladin, hate them. You know.
If you or a loved one are suffering from mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Let's take that fire to our enemies.
If you or a loved one is suffering from mesothelioma. Look, I got bait and an extra 3 reputation. Extra reputation is extra reputation. Even if it's just 3, it helps me move forward towards my goals. You loved one suffering. If you or a loved one was suffered from mesothelioma, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Let's see how they like a little sabotage.
Wait, can we, before you drop it, is the Tolan Sphere already there? Let's look and see if it spawns in before we plant the reactor. Well, someone just started... Who planted the reactor before we looked for the Toland? Oh. Was it here before we planted the thing? Alright, blights. Darkness invoked.
Brandishes no blade, no logic, treason incarnate.
Yep. Get the one all the way in the back first. Hold up, did we get both of them at the same time? No, yeah, we did. Because I got a symbol on that one in the back there, and my ghost popped up on it, and now yours is working on this one too. I think we might end up... Because I ghost glitched mine so that it instantly started hacking. Two? Nope, it did not. Ghost glitching is so useful, isn't it, Butch? Anything that requires you to deploy your ghost can be ghost glitched. You shall drown in the deep. Greetings, God. Wait, no, it's... Wait. Welcome, children of light. Drown in the deep, or rise from it. Defeat the sabotage director. Pressure challenge. Where'd he go? There he is. Hi. Eat strand sword, which does a lot of damage over a short amount of time. Or a lot of damage over a long amount of time, because it's so... Oh god, there's more. Wait, what? Where is it? We gotta kill all these guys so it spawns in the big one? No, because it says we gotta defeat the sabotage director, so kill the big guy until it spawns in another big guy, or an even bigger guy. Okay, there's another wrathful interloper. Did we? Yep. Reward tier 3. We definitely got it. Now we just got to do the next challenge again. Enhance energy weapons or super accelerant for sure. 300% super recharge rate.
You know, given everything I've read about the Hive factions eating each other alive, this makes sense.
Pitting our enemies against each other.
Do we go for tier 7, Butch?
But since Sabathun's death,
Yeah, we're going for tier 7 then.
vacuum, I have a hard time believing.
I mean, after all, even wiping at the boss doesn't actually end our run. The only thing that ends our run is running out of time in the secret mission, isn't it, Butch? So even if we mess up, we'll be fine. As long as we don't, as long as it doesn't get wait, no. Because what if it gets too hard for us to actually finish the encounter? Then yeah, then we should just, we should be fine. Oh, wait, there's a thing to add. This will give us reputation. I'm just going to switch to my rare rocker to pick it up, because I think this gives more than 3. How much will this get? Harvest for aquarium? I ain't get anything from it. L.
Also can feel a horde of coral nearby. It's been harvested.
Found an old jump ship. It had not been operated in hundreds of years, perhaps. It was rusty and in need of repair. It would be enough to get us to the place we needed to go. It would take us to the place we would one day call home. The last city. From atop the wall, we took our first steps into the tower. And we saw that we were surrounded by...
Where's the Toland?
Heroes. Maybe it was here that we quietly made a choice to do good and to fight for these people.
Good. This one is Blades of the Deep, so it shouldn't be too hard. Hey, give me the thing.
In this
all right.
On the brink of collapse again.
What's the challenge for this one? Rifts. It's rifts. Pressurized blights.
It would not be our last. After speaking with
mine's almost at 100% on my body.
The speaker, we knew our purpose. As a guardian of the light, we were bound to defend our home and our people, lest all of Sol should fall into ruin. The speaker warned us of an imminent threat, that the darkness was coming back, and that we would not survive it this time. We would need to push back the darkness.
No, there's a lot of them. There's not just 3. I'm just gonna guard with this sword while I stand on this one.
The speaker would die before he learned the truth.
Alright, I got another one.
This evil nonetheless.
Are there more? I don't see any more.
We first returned to the Cosmodrome, where we acquired a jump drive for a ship. A fallen Archon who had initially pursued us alongside the scouting team had found us. His name was Rixus, and with his defeat, the House of Devils had suffered its first...
I don't see any more pressurized blights, and it didn't tell us challenge fit. Darkness invoked. Let's go.
Sepic's Prime. Across the Cosmodrome, we first encountered the Hive and their wizards who came from the moon. But it was our discovery of Rasputin's remaining systems that would be most valuable. Through both the fallen meddling and the reactivation of an ancient communications array that we had discovered in a portion of the old all-mined bunker system within Old Russia, a portion of Rasputin would be sent out to the rest of the system.
I killed another wrathful predator, but I died.
Hive's presence was worth investigating further, and so we followed their trail to the place that guardians had long feared, to Luna. Touching down on the surface of the moon, we were able to follow the signal of a guardian who had ventured here. We followed their trail until we discovered a massive pair of doors in the moving Hive structure. Before these doors, the guardian was found. They were dead.
Just gonna throw a whirling maelstrom on them.
Before the doors of this temple to Oryx's son Crota, we saw what was left of them.
Okay, we gotta kill the next wave of enemies.
There we saw our first glimpse of a stranger off in the distance watching us from beyond. But we had but moments to observe this. The door in front of us began to unseal. Inside, the Hive would face us, and we would discover the Guardian's ghost. This would also be the point at which we discovered the extent of the Hive's presence on the moon. For centuries they had been building up their forces, and had been waiting to launch a full-scale invasion of Earth. We delved deeper into the Hive's secrets, stealing from the world's grave the archive of the Hive, and defeating the abominations that they raised in their sleeping pits. We shattered the remnants of Crota's sword to the darkest edge, and defeated a warden at Oryx's shrine on the moon. The deepest parts of this infestation were remarkable, but the true malice of the Hive was unknown to us until the...
Defeat the Coral Siphoner.
He stated that the Hive were engaged in a ritual to drain the Traveler of its light. so we rushed back to the Temple of Crota, where we had first descended into the Hellmouth. In that moment, we were contacted yet again by that mysterious stranger on the ridge. She sent us coordinates to a region of Venus, known as the Ishtar Sink, which we would soon investigate. She promised us that if we were to defeat the Hive...
Alright, now what's our challenge? Pressure trial. Powerful foe hurts you. Extinguish the coral siphoner. Alright.
Discovered what the Hive were experimenting on. The shard of the Traveler itself. It was unclear how they were able to use this to manipulate the Traveler and to drain its light. It did point to the idea that all shards of the Traveler are somehow linked to it. After successfully freeing the shard of the Traveler, we went on a mission to Venus, emboldened by our successes. We found ourselves cutting through the overgrown ruins of the Ishtar Academy. It was here that we first encountered another foe, the Vex, the time-traveling machines of unknown origin, filled with millions of radiolaria. After defeating them, we met the Exo-Stranger at last. To cut a long story shorter than was necessary, she informed us that the Traveler would not truly heal until we found the legendary Black Garden's heart and ripped it out. Our ghost prompted us that the information we needed could only be found with the Awoken. They were the only ones who knew about
Reward tier 5.
In possibly the most frustrating of turns, the Exo-Stranger had little more to say to us. After all, she had no time to even explain why she didn't have time to explain.
Grenade damage or enhanced shields? I'm taking enhanced shields.
Disappeared into nothingness. We resolved to go to the Black Garden. First, we would need to pay the Awoken a visit. So we went out to the territory of the Reef and were quickly picked up by the
Alright, so are we going for tier 7 or are we stopping at tier 6?
reception principal. We told that if we recovered
I haven't done a tier 7 run in a long time. I don't know if I can handle it.
insistence that this
We'll be fine? Alright. Then we're going for tier 7.
went to Venus,
Let's go.
discovering a Golden Age collective lab and defeating the Cal of the Fallen House of Winter, we were able to pinpoint a location where we would find a Vex Gate Lord, a place called the Endless Steps. As we ventured there, we had to battle through many Vex frames to reach our target, Zytron. But even this powerful Vex Gate Lord, an Axis mind in control of all the local Vex, was not enough to stop us. We struck it down, and took what remained of it to the Queen. Aldrin begrudgingly obliged, and ripped out the relevant components from the Eye of the Vex.
There's the lever. Oh, wait, there's a thing back here. To harvest for aquarium.
To allow us ingress into the Black Garden. Aldrin gave us all
I already had that one. It didn't give me anything.
and at Moira's request informed us that an entrance to the Black Garden could be found near Meridian Bay of Mars. The Queen also demanded that we would one day return to repay her generosity. She had shown us mercy given that we had barged into her kingdom. She would allow us to leave, assuming that we returned when the time was right. But
As long as I can keep the strand things spinning on everything, it should be fine.
Meridian Bay was in a contested zone when we arrived.
Alright, where's the Toland?
Forces from the 5 Celtic regions that it invaded its home, pushing
Oh, it's the fuel cell ones. That's...
the gates to the Black Garden.
Oh, Lord, this is not fun. They are absolutely destroying me.
We fixed the gate lords. And we explored Mars for a way to do this. We carved the unit of Vex territory, and took out the populace that allowed to execute the Black Garden in great numbers. We also had to contend with the Cabal forces there, and dealt many serious blows, including taking out 3 of their Scion players, and even defeating the agents of Alistair Mark, who was stationed on the War land tank of Cerberus Bay 3. Alongside these 3 defeats,
Where is the lure?
we discovered something remarkable. We found Rasputin again, the same fragment of him that we had aided in the Cosmodrome. He was here as well within the warline systems of Meridian Bay. He was starting to regrow in terms of moving. Soon perhaps he would be ready to fight once more. Eventually, though, our ghost would discover our true objective, a means of charging the Gate Lord's
There's another one over there.
massive Vex via the human world to reveal
Darkness in vogue.
The firebase where it's located was controlled by
Oh, great. Now they're really, 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 really high-level enemies.
and their primus hanging
Oh, this isn't fun.
to defeat him. Successfully activated the gate lord's eye with the slider. Was to return to the Valley of Kings.
I've got whirling maelstroms on them. Ow, fuck, wizards.
Gateway reactor.
Okay, time to replace some fuel cells. I see a dude.
They had seen that it was a quantity of witness on the go and had sought to light
Frick! We're on the abyss level, and getting hit by melee slows you. If you get hit by a knight, you're fucked. You won't be able to escape their second hit because it'll slow you enough that you can't escape.
As we stepped forward, we saw the Vex Braves doing as they did, for instance, of this dignity.
Guardian down.
They had decided that the greatest means by which they could survive was working, surveying their work just getting to enact the behavior of emotion, vowing eternally to this new, vetted name. We saw the Vex Braves leaving the state of worship, reacting to it, and in their adoration, some of them, how do they harmonize? The great Vex Axis minds the soul worship, calcified into statues, as a art, which was representing a part of the present or future. They will come to life in a time empowered by the Lord's heart. It's become attached to each of these facts. The heart was weak and each time was struck one down. And when the last mind fell, the heart began to collapse on itself, and it raised to the cascade of emotion. As the light from this moment overwhelmed our senses and blinded our eyes, the heart was destroyed. Destruction caused the send echoes out across the universe, and would set emotion in everything that followed. Unless light would begin to return, and slowly it would start to heal.
We got this, we got this. Watch out, there's warmongers.
Celebrate our success. We lost time in the exo-strange, which again was something that reminded us of all those who need to contribute.
That's just a timer that'll automatically take us to the end. Ow, wizards! We just gotta hang out until the drilling's complete and then do whatever the challenge is. Okay, now what's our challenge? Defeat powerful combatants.
Was the remains of Kabir, the Aegis, the last vestige of his light. We looked into the use. He was in the range of the unbreakable within the vault.
Well, we gotta kill all the enemies. The acolytes are powerfuls too.
To face Vex with true control.
It's not just the ogres, it's all the enemies. Fuck, I got hit by melee.
They would be able to cut the breadth of the timelines themselves.
I don't think we're gonna quite make it to tier 7.
The power vested in this place below. But it's simply from the timeline here, it would be as if you never existed at all. To fail was not simply to die, it was to never have been in the first place. Faced down their great constructs, plans, plot, opens, and the greatest of all, violence, flux. Using these facts would undo their control of the vault, and leave it as the condition it was. The first great quests were complete,
Watch out, Tarkin. You've
but
got
many more
Boss time.
awaited us. The resurgence of light had drawn the attention of others, of those that lay on the floor, those with envious eyes, little slapping their jaws.
after we kill the boss, it should make it to tier 6.
Great victory. While actions on the moon had roused a slumbering giant, Crota, the son of Rex, had seen the return of the lights behind him begin to march his forces on and on Earth. This would be the prelude to what would be an invasion over a century in the making.
I know, but I'm gonna stay up here as long as I can. At least this one's only a 2-phase boss, and we don't have to deal with Exploder Shanks. Oop, that's a knight. I'm gonna swap off of Quicksilver and swap over to Outbreak.
She was seen as a terrible abomination, a thing of darkness. The ghost of Ryan was gone, the connection to the light was severed, and now she wept in eternal fear of shadows, like a blood dripped into the rain. The speaker and commanders of Ryan wanted to immediately exile her, but Eris had never provided ways of causation. As they hid the great order of spies and scouts that Ikora used to keep tabs on the system at large. At her request,
Okay, we gotta kill ogres, apparently.
Eris immediately sought us out and told us of the coming invasion of Crota. To counter it, we headed to the Castle Room first. Crota's desires to keep their landings there, and so we needed to close the offensive before it could truly begin. We went to kill Steve, the first of Crota, launched and honorable Crota's rule, connecting the systems of the one-night refuge that we found within our Russia. The Seraphim bunkers beneath the surface were held. The Hive was able to use the Warmind's weapons against us. Rebuking these assaults would leave Crota
I'll try and take its attention, Butch.
it tip of his spear, seizing his momentum. Turned and to the son of Rex in his eye. We would discover Crota initially
The wizard is trying its hardest to get a lineup on me.
and shape.
Oh god, what the fuck was that?
We would not face Crota as he had been the great disaster. We would face a weakened fragment of his power. Long ago, Hive Knight was even run, flourished with the Knight bearing tribute to Crota's father, Oryx, and, by extension, as part of that
The deep recedes, the flame takes hold. Denizens of the deep douse the flame. Oh, we gotta kill both the ogres, like... I think we have to kill both the ogres close to the same time, so we're gonna get this one low over here. Okay, stop shooting this ogre over here. Get them both finisherable. Let me know when it's finisherable, Butch, and I will finish mine when I respawn. Alright, give me like 10 seconds. Oh yeah, there is another one. Glows, let us know when that ogre is finisherable, and we'll just all do finishers at the same time. Well, all you gotta do is get ready to do a finish. I will help you put a yellow dot over its head. Don't kill it all the way, though. Once it gets finisherable, you gotta wait until I get to my ogre. Wait, I'm going to my side. 3, 2, 1, finish. Yeah! Now I have on full Werewalker. How much rep am I getting from this?
Greeted with green flames
I read the report on Rasputin.
beneath the oversoul.
Makes me wonder if there will be a place.
Alright, tier 5.
That's what this is all
First
about.
one,
Oh my gosh.
284.
Warriors.
And his strength was
I'm
boundless.
aiming to keep on living the day after the witness
The
fights
strength
the
that he himself would muster.
Title speaks of
The
similar
logical
Hey, it gave me an extra deep dive key.
one may never see.
Alright, now we're gonna wait for the 46 seconds in case we get more reputation when it ends. But that should have gotten me another deep dive key, so now I have 2 more deep dive keys.
darkest age and plunged it into the sun of Oryx's heart. In his final desperate moments, as his cries rang out across the night, the sounds
Yeah, so once this 20 seconds is up, I will take us to the helm. I will go claim my key, and then we will do another. This one we will just go to. We won't do the final one, so we'll do the first 2 challenges and then leave the third one alone. That way we can get tier 6 instead of tier 5, and we should be good to go.
and the vengeance that would soon
Alright, so
across the
to the helm.
would not arrive in the system for at least a few months more. And in this time, there were other concerns for us to deal with. We were called back to the Black Garden to deal with a new Vex Axis mind, called the Undying Mind. It was attempting to return the heart of the Black Garden to life. Needless to say, we could not stand for such a thing, and so we shut it down for good. But the echoes of this mysterious construct would still persist in the infinite weave of time that was the Black Garden. Just like the other soul-divisive Vex, these Vex would bide their time until an opportunity presented itself once more. And back in the system, there were other forces on the move. Strange happenings were occurring out in the asteroid belt, and soon the Queen would call on us for that favor we owed her.
Oh, that wasn't enough to complete rank 12? I still need another 500. So we may go run salvages.
Thanks to the awoken of the reef, seek out
Alright, do we just run salvages or deep dives without keys?
seek it out from the likes of Guardians. And yet, Morosov
Honestly, we're gonna get more by doing salvages without keys. We're just gonna keep doing deep dives. Keys or no keys.
competence in battle. And that competence was needed.
We are going to do tier 6 each time. So we're gonna do the first 2. We are gonna do tier 6 each time. So we're gonna do the first 2 the first 2 Tolan spheres.
Resistance of the Nine. Why they did this is something of a mystery. What we do know is that they gifted scholars with a catch, one of the great fallen warships. With this, he had an opportunity to call his forces back to his side. Many corsairs of the Awoken still hid in some chaos. And a few infamous fallen wolves who would come to be known as the Queenbreakers even attempted an assassination on Morosov herself. Corsairs died in her defense there. And lost no
Bosses.
I want you to know I'm steady.
We would also be assisted by as they describe Val's judgment.
Fuck! My blanket's coming undone. My feet will be cold, and then I won't perform. Fuck, come on.
Praxis. We briefly interrupted some of the making of proclamation. Barracks translated this, and as it turned out, Thomas was proclaiming himself to be Alex the Legend, the so-called Catholics, who would unite all the Elixir houses, all servitors and Kedge,
It is
and even receive the
It is 2 o'clock, so I have 4 hours. So keys or no keys, we're just gonna keep doing deep dives over and over again.
He escaped, and succeeded in being what remained of the House of Winter. Our
I got 5 hours of deep dives. So we're just gonna keep doing deep dives, and hopefully I get keys from the chests at the end.
Let's see how they like a little sabotage.
Plant it and find the Tolan. It's in the corner. Blights. I'll get the first one. You guys go to the ones in the back.
No blade, no logic. Treason incarnate.
Danger scholars presented rising. Incredibly important for us to capture him to all pain. His focus related one of excellent collections. Instead of them, because the massive effects aspire to the sky. They will use its technology for their advantage. Fortunately for scholars, the populace free from the citadel.
I'm just having fun with the whirling maelstrom. Throwing tangles make big damage go burr. And us working together, you make a bunch of tangles, I make a bunch of tangles, and then I turn them both into whirling maelstroms and threadlings at the same time. Do you have an actual full-on strand build? No, 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 oh, no, I needed that! Yeah, so now we're just all using strand together and everything's gonna get fucking obliterated. Yep. Leave the tangles to me because I make whirling maelstroms and they do big PP damage. So if there's a tangle, just let me pick it up and I will make it into a spinny thing. Spinny things go burr. And then my spinny things make more spinny things! Flip the spinny things! Go burr!
And despite the teachings it was the counterparts of martial techniques and the many catches
Hey, oh, that's a layer key, not a deep dive key.
A little more and do it again.
These ancient anomalous creatures same devastating force of gravity that
I guess I'll do kinetic weapons.
Is it possible Asa is wrong?
just slammed into Rex's dreadnought.
Does strand count as kinetic or energy?
Disarray.
Zavala,
The dreadnought.
I tried every which way to fight her when Titan went dark. I never managed to put a dent in her plans.
His own force.
Just
Using the
survive.
dreadnought's mighty
So
weapon.
this is truly
I'll just do kinetic enhancement.
Space.
all that's left
Because it's in the kinetic slot, not the energy slot.
Attacking were taken. And as they
Yeah,
tried to flee,
yeah, because Asa's gift says increases energy slot weapon damage. So yeah, kinetic was the right play for this.
Oryx's echoes would spread out across the system. Into planes of power. They took hazy vex within the molten glass. They took powerful caverns and winches of Earth. There were fleeting steps made by these echoes into the resurfaced water. And they even ventured into the dreaming city, where one of his echoes, Oryx, was seized, driven of 1,000 horses, lost in Ahamkara after a brief bargain of sorts. Wish Dragon herself was taken as well. Thus, Oryx proclaimed his arrival in Sol.
Drilling while I get loud and make a diversion for you.
Alright, now we gotta find the second Toland. And our last Toland.
We would first learn of it when we saw the fleet movements of the Skywarder's base on Phobos. We went to investigate and discovered this was not the Cabal forces marshalling. It was an accurate shame. It didn't take long for us to discover that takeover ourselves. We barely escaped to the body of the Vanguard would be convened to place the port and place to Aerith and the Orcs. Being offered a season match, Cade had a plan.
Break the big balls! It's falling! Can't let it fall! Darkness and vogue.
Starting to make their appearances. It was here that we faced our covering the drive, and we took it to Cade. It was himself. He had was to undertake. The rest of it was ideal for this mission. It was not installed the best chance of it's
Nah, I'd say just go for tier 6.
Skyburners had crouched since adapted Goldmix to 6 to the Dreadnought as part of the general action and response to Phobos. After we secured a landing zone, we went beyond the race. An idea that these
Oh, hell yeah. I can still grapple with the fuel cell.
Oryx would have stopped at his throat, breaking ambushments by taking them. And the forces were mostly shattered. It was also here we discovered the names of Oryx's dreadnought, and also it was not. It could only be accessed by
What'd you say?
Using our first way to send and hide, we need to return to the places where we have killed Proton. In his world.
Oh, that's a wizard doing wizard things, also known as killing me super quick.
Good. The drill is showing locates.
The gravekeeper, powerful ogre, is guarding the site. In his failure to defend it, he's also capable of starting Alright, they may have plans for night. As we recovered the critical, Oryx unleashed his hate. Then the devil. Nearly succeeded. Thank God. We also briefly raided one retinue from another copy of the scout technology that Kate used. Starting to look natural. This was all being done to the next part of the operation. Protoss is heavily guarded now. It's to be boosted. From there,
Ow, wizards.
In running into within the crystal, Oryx's two daughters were present. Oranuk and Ozalan were praying at the side of their brothers. But we started to steal the brothers.
All right, well, I got a whirling maelstrom on one of the ogres.
We would have been snuffed out. Spawn was able to help us. So some of the lives of magic was out. We were needed to turned to the second place to a loss. To the take of progress, perhaps the great ones will be on the task. The take in this place of darkness, which all light is shown. Regarding synopsis. Moment of its she's again. Keeps the deepest context.
Get ready. Do you guys have needle storms ready?
As well as a large amount of purified hadium alloy from the dreadnought, which light.
Nah, this is the last group of enemies. Never mind, wait, more just spawned in. Fuck!
To conquer the rest of the dream,
The hall is
we
secure
defeated a
until
potential
cleared by your will.
success. Trip.
Tier 3. Oh well. So basically, if it gives us the combatants one, we're basically screwed.
In this place, we would destroy many of his defendants, preventing them from driving their strength to their king, weakening him further. Because make no mistake, Bruce was
Bound by war, conquered from
many
trickery.
more powerful still then than he had been in the physical world. When we entered that throne hall, which the taken remnants into the system, it is much convincing. Investigation increases the depth of the position, but may have to return terribly to the inspection.
5 seconds, but... Alright. Start. Alright, once you get one finished, once you get an ogre finisherable, start working on the second one. Oh, there's only 2 ogres this time. Okay.
By killing this millennium orcs destroyer, we were able to gain further ingress. We took an unexpected forward cover, venturing through a portal summoned after the war priests. We found ourselves all the rocks.
Okay, that one.
Scouts consumption.
No, not yet. This one's not finisherable. Oh, God.
Created to tie violence to Oryx. Made with the sun and to contain the tablets in its flesh. After defeating this monster, spell and eventually sent it to the Lightfall below. Oryx's two daughters, and Senator Orhala and her
3, 2, 1, finish.
I think we're clear for extraction over here.
Noted. Dispatching a transmit beacon.
Commander,
284,
the same at right here, right?
306 total from Tier 3.
Conditions to accommodate our.
So it may be best to just go for Tier 5.
It'll be the same as you remember it. I'll have Saint call in an order.
I am also now completely out of deep dive keys, and I have no salvage keys either, so I'll be getting even less reputation, but reputation is reputation. Let's keep going.
And the rest of the world. The king was now dead. The light had fire. Oryx said, great navigator,
Alright, so we're just going to do the first Tolan sphere, and then just do the rest normally. And go for Tier 5. No. Because it's going to give us the combatants, and we're going to fail, and then end up getting Tier 5 instead of Tier 6.
This is tactical. Dive green.
So, yeah, we want Super Accelerant. Actually, I'm going to take off Strand and run Solar for this one with Super Accelerant. And we can try for a Tier 7.
secure every sample we can for the long haul. Then we can send a message to the hive in a language they'll understand.
Took the words right out of my mouth, sister.
Alright, we're going to try for a Tier 6 on this one. Well, with the 300% Super Accelerant on Blade Barrage / Golden Gun, I will be able to do a lot more damage a lot faster. I'm also running Sunshot. Harvest for Aquarium. Did I already have this one? I don't know.
You're on site, Guardian. I'll draw away their commander while you get the job done.
It makes your supercharge 300% faster.
Some lost of cosmodrome. In particular, old snow-covered mountain, abandoned fortress at its summit.
I got lost in the water puzzle. I'm here now. First Toland, alright.
Until found. The mountain was being ruled by the House of Devils, and whilst Saladin was still trying to find out were able to fend off the invaders, we did discover something strange.
Yeah, Blade Barrage is the fastest charging super, so I got a, 6 plus.
Strange red and black chemical growth. Genes, like infections, like tumors. Damage to sequence. Upon reporting this to Saladin, he explained shock and demanded that we discover conscript. Sequence escaped in the end.
Oh, there's one.
Our next objective is Sequence retreated.
Yay, darkness invoked.
The source of its infection. Inanimate technology that Rasputin used to kill humanoids years ago. Some devils found it, and some bosses weaponized it, burning many of their soldiers into civilians. Genes, God, it's a result of humanity itself. That would forces of the machine. Also make pushing deeper into the paper to discover that the devils can see labels. Cells also have viruses, and the fences that are still inactive, which can succeed. Red plasticity, and so while they are active, slashed and destroyed. Whilst we succeeded in distilling this dot, the devils were far deadlier threat than we should realize, and their jobs to receive them started to explode. Saladin would put his back to the temple and tell us that the influences of this exchange reveals to us the House of Devils and controls in a rudimentary sense. It's not fully so, with that in mind, we tracked down the original source of sealing thanks to the assistance of the Dark and returned to the Golden Age labs of Clovis Brody and the Freehold. After confirming that it was there, as the devil had control Siva, we would be able to discover a weakness used by the devils to control the Nights.
Combatants!
Is temporarily halting the devil's control over Siva, shutting down the defenses for a few minutes.
It can't give you the same challenge twice in a run, right? So we might be good to go on this one then for a tier 6 run. I don't want to rip. Downside is I don't have any deep dive keys. So I still won't be getting max reputation from this, but I'll be getting ow! Fucking fucking saboteur, ow. Dude, the freaking... God, I hate freaking hobgoblin bolts, dude.
Let's think a little more and do it again.
And destroyed the Theban allies that infested them, raining down light, and finally laying them to rest.
Hey, Chief. Suit's leaking from that last tango.
You
Get
recovered
that
the
patched up before it gets ugly.
at Site
Yeah,
6
thanks.
itself.
Definitely didn't notice the
It is
stream of bubbles before you pointed it out.
complex was
All
totally
right.
destroyed.
I hear you not needing my help. But if you ask me, you're playing this like you have a death wish.
Not for myself. Zivu wants to fight, wants us to prove
Stops
we're worth
the
fighting.
thus far.
I'm happy to oblige
We
her all the
returned
way
to
into the
Elder's
ground.
helmet to see. We felt a weight of so many years lifted from his shoulders. His friends had finally been set to rest. He proclaimed us to be the young wolf, the first of a new age of Iron Lords. He gifted us with a blade to represent our title-less station.
I won't start the next one. I just want to get through the puzzle.
He destroyed the rejuvenating function of Semek's crime, and
I missed the alkane dust. No. My extra 3 reputation. Whatever shall I do?
Let's avenge them. Fix that extractor and I'll pull the bulk of the hive away from you.
Wait, and now we wait.
Powerful iteration of the infamous Yalahorn. The hold of the House of Devil's splices was weakening. A sheer of
Alright, here we go.
Intercepted transmission from the House of Devils.
Where is the Tolan gonna be? Over here.
The other splices was burning out all of the ruler. Encouraging so-called actual force, mortal. With this message, a large builder in dust with the base placements working so hard to create it.
We gotta break the hive gunk, I think. What is our challenge? No, I meant for...
Legends within the tower to assault strength. Shiro seeing this plot ordered us to
Oh, have we not all invoked darkness at the Toland yet? Were you not here? Oh, did we miss it? There it is. Darkness awaits your invocation. Oh, there's a fourth one. Darkness invoked!
We ascended through the old Russian wall next, which is not right away from the sea. Such a mighty device would have been careful to break down devices that he had to lead to its destruction. After overcharging it, we thought we'd do by sending it tumbling down into the center of the place. As the infestation was getting stronger, hit bashing, it started to give way.
Holy crap, guys. My grenade comes back so fast with the grenade accelerant. It's actually insane.
To the darkness of the complex. Just finding itself he had a seat. Next, this version was pretended to imagine there was little that could be done to stop us. Switching to used whilst it was eventually contained by the Great Dark Evil, for a brief time, used it to send chaos amongst the ranks of the Lightfall. Whoever access
See? Good as new.
system.
And not a second too soon.
Peace.
You got
It
incoming,
was
hero.
declared to be age of Trump.
Ow. Hi, Splinter. Oh, this is our pressure trial. Elite prep. This dude's got a lot of health. There's another one. We have to defend the drill for 1:47. No, we killed one that spawned another one. Notice how it says the pressure trial is defend the drill, and it got rid of the timer that says a powerful enemy approaches. We have to kill all the things and keep them dead and keep them from destroying the drill. This one may actually be harder, honestly.
So, a swift lords that have held by the sea for 100 years. All the fleet,
1 minute left.
ahead of their fleet, massive, so needed blade, travel, firmly into a destruction. All too soon, it seemed that it would spell out. Returns were done. Control, soon devastation. Vaults were destroyed.
Yay!
After pushing through the tower, we rendezvoused with the Vanguard and a holiday.
Increase grenade damage or arc damage? So do I want to increase the damage of my rocket pistol or increase the I'm not using a grenade that does damage, so I guess I'm increasing my pistol damage.
You got me scratching my head a bit. Still going hard, even after that close shave with Big Blue.
Asa and I have a stronger bond than ever now, and I have my fire team around me. Zebu Arath had her shot, and she blew it.
Fell to our side, motionless. We proclaimed our weakness and our unworthiness, with more kicking us from his ship. Our trained ghost fell with us, down into the ruin of the lost city. Felt consciousness. All seems lost. Just left us. We saw the vision of silver halt mountain. Assumptions of the challenges that we might face. The vision ended with the view of a shine. A place we had never been to. A place we were dead as the European dead zone.
Get your ghost on that gear. Let's see how they like a little sub.
Before we start, I'm going to use the restroom too, so it will be good for all of us.
We had to choose the only option that was available to us. We could not face the command in this state. And so we fled. We trekked across mountains and through valleys. We passed the bodies of our fallen comrades. And eventually, we saw a familiar sight. A hawk, just like the ones from the visions. We followed it, through mountains and passes, until at last we collapsed from exhaustion. When we next awoke, a woman was bringing us to our feet. The hawk was hers. Her name was Soraya Hawthorne, and she lived out here in the wilds. She escorted us to a safe haven in the dead zone, or to the far edge of the There we reunited with another familiar face, Tyra Khan. She instructed us to follow our vision with caution, as the area around the shard of the Traveller had been converted into a dark forest by the wayward light of the shard. Our only hope, we pushed through the fallen orders and held close to our
I'm back.
as we reached the luminous shard.
We gotta wait for glows though.
And its light, like a cascading array of reptilian we felt unstoppable. We were not empowered in the same way as we had been. And once again, we messed with their mentality. We could wield notice once more. Powers would represent a turning point. We were the only guardian in existence to have recovered our light. We had to make the most of it. We were the last trillions leaving the guardians of the lost city.
Damn, that arc damage enhancement increases the self damage I take from my rocket pistol.
Forces to rally on time. When we ventured there, we found the remnants of the town's the ecologies manifested on high. We would have to secure the platforms before we could properly communicate with Savala. After doing so, we would be able to take our first steps against the Cabal. The forces on Titan had intercepted a multitude of Red Legion transmissions, using Golden Age's CPU cores from within the ecology to those transmissions and discern the best way to strike back. It was also there that we discovered one of the deepest processes in the lower depths of the ecology, just as we acquired the CPU core. Just outside of the observation deck, there was this Titan's oceans, the Leviathan legs of which we had never seen. This was technically the first but so high it escaped the weakness and fundamental.
So what are you trying to fix, Glows?
We didn't have time to marvel at her passing, though. We had to
We've
escape.
been able to hear you. Yeah, let's go find the Toland. Where's the Toland?
Even if the Cabal lost, they could
And it's the machine one.
humanity from the face of existence. With this dire news, Zavala's resolve was broken. He sought to reunite his fire team and to take back the last city at the cost. So our next objective was clear. We had to go and find the elephant. But which meant going after Kate's six, which put us
Uplifted in divinity, on top of violent
various scenes.
Hey, there's the first one. Ow, that's Exploder Shanks. Ow. Oh god, the Fallen are instant transmissioning. Okay, second one. There we go. Ow. Shanks hurt. Wrathful Predator.
light which bloomed from the planet's core, molten flesh. The Red Legion prevent the Red Legion's approach, and in the process we also deceived them. They were just draining the light signal and having it. It was meant to take the light on themselves.
Look at all the whirling maelstroms! It's beautiful! Dear God, the whirling maelstroms are just... I told you! They do big PP damage and make big PP numbers go bigger. Yeah, because your builds support my builds, because whenever you guys make a tangle, I just pick it up, throw it, and make another whirling maelstrom. Oh, that was an exploder tank. But my whirling maelstroms are still going, and I've got more of those things to break to turn into more of them. Defeat the sabotage director. 3 minutes. Alright. Whirling maelstrom that way. Ow, that heavy shank fallen turreted me. Now the question is, how many waves of these guys do we have to defeat? Well, I'm just gonna keep making whirling maelstroms and... Alright. Oh my god, wait, we did it! Tier 7 when I don't have any fucking deep dive keys. That's fucking annoying.
Collection tanks are full and safe. Time to turn the tables.
We boarded Thumos' ship and boarded the Almighty. It was all in the process of charging. It was consuming the planet with fuel. We fought our way to its core, disabled it.
A man, all the town, ever seeking prey, born of
And it's the easier boss fight. He gets obliterated even at tier 7. Jesus, dude. It is? Dude, he gets so fucking obliterated. It's ridiculous. And then I can use mine for the next phase.
Stating that he did not need to choose that he instead could move his legendary outways simply keep the light by force. This disagreement, as well as the speaker's admission that the traveler wasn't explicitly communicating with him, would lead to a moment of utter rage. The console would leave the speaker dead, and in response to him being Maul would kill the console. He would indeed take the light for himself. As we returned to our home,
Yeah. That was freaking hilarious. And it was all because of a damn exploder shank every time. I got sniped by a tracer shank. Pretty much.
harness the light and infused itself. Temporarily, it easily gained twisted vision of its own power. We faced a colossal threat that day. We fought for all as before. He was one of the most powerful Lord to ever exist. Laser, lands, annihilator of suns. Before he had even claimed the light. Now he had powers. And become legend. A weapon of light against light. He proved the superior force. He struck down the goddess in spite of his rage and his grief for the light he kissed. As his body fell, lighted by the world was really manifested in a godlike towering form. A luminous being standing before the dream was the same as it.
Whirling maelstroms go burr.
Its cage, dusting off its shrouds, and igniting the pulse of its lighting explosion that destroyed the foundations of the cage itself.
No! Fuck! Well, how did you guys die? No! Why? How could you? We were so close! I just wish I had a deep dive key for the tier 7 rewards, man. Well, we'll find out if I get more than, like, 200 from one of the things. Ow, he freaking solar beamed me. Somehow that counted as not being in the solar wave.
And now, it would be able to have its final shape. No matter the cost, it would achieve its ultimate goal for the universe. It was only a matter of time before the Black Fleet would return. Now, in the aftermath of the Red War, seemingly there was peace yet again. The Red Legion were cast out of the city, but there were still many remnants out there in the wild. At the very least, once secure, destroyed, Guardians once again.
Which is net limiting.
Cage. Guardians had their light back once again. The defeat of Godless Core.
Exploder shanks! Fuck! It's happening again! I killed the exploder shanks! They damaged me from that far away, and then the boss did the burn the entire room thing. That's not cool.
As Emperor Callus, the same influenced emperor who had been removed from power by his daughter, Gorm, the consort, Midnight Coup. He was inviting us to his
Fallen hounds, ever seeking prey, born of wrath,
plans to
driven
reward
by
his
wit.
beating one of those that had opposed him. An invitation from the former emperor and the vanguard now to make him solid, instead of following rival of the huge world. As it
I think we're allowed to stay up top until one of our teammates goes down. Wow, I got spawned into the fire attack and was dead before I could move because of joining allies.
was eventually very clear that he would face the fallen Emperor, but instead a robotic bubble of himself, designed to render his true self undetected. As we struck down the construct, it told us, which as we had strength, he also told us ending catalyst. Errors. Age. Fate. We had a little time to look at Carl's words.
I couldn't make it into cover. Exploder Shanks incoming. Doesn't matter, we're waiting for the field to break now. I'm outside the room!
It's been barely a few months since the return of the Traveler, and already the system has the series of changes. It seemed to us, luckily, Cyrus and his ghost, Thekira, also experiencing strange happenings. We saw those affecting effects, and futures showing against.
Ow. I don't know. I love watching that boss bug out while it's invisible in here by shooting its beam where it's not actually his. The missile knows where it is by subtracting where it isn't from where it is. The missile is very tired. It is eeping. The missile knows where it is at all times by subtracting where it is from where it isn't. I see that. I'm also about to get killed out of the well. Oh god, that's an exploder shake. Watch out, bud. Fuck! Look at that, we made it. You survived. Tier 7 deep chest. 75. Oh, wait, I forgot to switch. Alexa, end call.
He had always been able to summon,
But I can't stay away anymore. Can't stand still either.
Okay, cool, guys. I just got another reputation rank up, so we're gonna go to the helm now and grab that deep dive key.
Before leading us to the dark future where Vex were victorious. Here, we saw Darkness for the first time, and had to quickly escape its grasp, which would be capable of superseding our light within the simulations of the Infinite Forest. Leaving the forest, it was clear that we needed to destroy this construct. Over our investigations, we learned that that would require us to locate a map of the Infinite Forest and to discover the original moment where penalties had been created within its simulations. With this information in hand, we would be able to track the Vex mind through the many pathways of the forest. We fought through Red Legion invaders, stuck in a time loop, various Vex constructs, and a variety of other strange hazards, All to acquire this.
Alright, there's the seasonal bonus, which completes the challenges accepted quest for the seal. We are down to just needing the reputation reset.
And abducted Segura's essence from our ghost's own shell. We were promptly ejected from the Infinite Forest, and could only return later with the aid of a core array, who used her remarkable power to smash through the gateway's defenses and allow us ingress. We quickly converged on the coordinates that we had discovered, along with Osiris's echoes and Osiris himself. Panoptes was destroyed by our combined might, and Segura was released. The threat of Vex supremacy had been cut short. After reuniting with his host and his student, Osiris sought to return to the Infinite Forest with the aim of defending us against the Vex, and searching for Saint 14. We would return to the lighthouse and made use of its infinite forge to craft several implements of war.
We are now at rank 13, and I now have a deep dive key.
Weapon was linked to a single forest that matched the signature of Saint 14's light. Converging on that point, we discovered that it was indeed his light, but he was nowhere to be found. As it turned out, the Vex had created a singular mind over countless thousands of simulations. It was designed specifically to drain his light. We would follow the path of Saint, and discovered what seems to be a memorial to the great Titan. He had slain thousands.
I need four more ranks with. Okay, so it's 750 to rank 14, which is one deep dive run with which is two deep dive runs with full keys. So, do we take a break and grind for keys, or do we just keep going?
When we gave it to him, we had only ever been raised as a guardian.
Yeah, but it may take 4 strikes to
in the early City Age or late Dark Age, perhaps. Regardless, we weren't alive for that moment, so it seemed impossible that we would have been able to give him this weapon. Regardless, we held on to this weapon, understanding that not only was it one of the finer crafted shotguns that we had received at the time.
Do we just keep doing deep dives, even though it'll only give me like eight? Only, even though without a key, it'll just only give me like 170-ish reps.
We might yet live to see ourselves present Saint 14 with this shotgun.
I don't have any deep dive keys. The chests give almost no rep without deep dive keys. Well, I need 750 to get to rank 14, and then I gotta do 15, 16, and 17. For what reason? Delete an engram. Delete an engram. Delete an engram! We don't have time to do engram decryption. I'm down to 4 hours.
Falling in Hell's Basin.
And we're gonna go. I have no idea, but I have a singular deep dive key right now, so we're gonna run another deep dive and try and do another 7.
Valuable technology meant that we quickly had to investigate the region. We were greeted with a transmission from another resurfacing legend, Anastasia Ray, the long-lost guardian, the infamous hunter of Twilight Gallop. She had converged on this location in her quest for the core of the Warmind Rasputin. Last we'd interfaced with trace segments of the Fall. This was its true core. It was the heart of its system, and she found us just in the nick of time. We arrived as the ice was beginning to thaw. The forces of Sorrel and Mongoose were beginning to return from their long sleep.
Don't think so.
Commander Zavala was quick to assert himself.
Unless they get brought up in
Wasn't so convinced and believes that Rasputin could be be an ally of his own volition.
All right, are we gonna go? Are we? We're just gonna go for tier 7 again and see how high, see how far we can go.
They're looking for trouble. You're heading right into the middle of it. Head
Yeah,
on a swivel.
we'll see what we get on this first one, and then we'll figure it out from there.
Every sample we can for the long girl. Then we can send a message to the hive
Focusing
in a
his
language
efforts
they'll understand.
The fact that I only need 4 more levels, I think I can get 4 levels in 4 hours, right?
Zavala thought that we would be up to the task. After all, we had defeated the Taken King,
And
killed Willow's High Reformer. Surely this time it wouldn't be so difficult. In order to do this, we would need to lure us all out. And so
we may have to take a break and run some strikes for deep dive keys, honestly.
Traveler, a source of strength.
Or we switch over and run salvage for deep dive keys.
That's the trap. We're on route up.
Because I can get deep,
To descend deep.
and it will still give me reputation. It'll only be like 70 rep a run, but that's 70 rep every 15 minutes, with a chance to give me a deep dive key.
Necromancy used against us in order to summon back numerous dead hive.
So after we do this one, we're gonna go run salvages until I get deep dive keys.
Massive ritual chamber. I faced off against Nocris for the first time. He was defeated.
Right now I have a key, so we can do things.
Not letting him set up a blade,
Blight.
keeping the logic of the sword. As we placed our bait here in the center of Scotland, we tried to lure us all out. And the worm did make an appearance. But even here, all our light, the worm's power and darkness was
The coward
quickly, after it pressed us, beneath moments, we realized
What are you using?
to be too strong. We were buried as we drifted beneath the ocean surface. The ghost was luckily able to pull us out
I got a demo recombination that I've been using.
in dramatic fashion. It was the making of new life rescues, and our plan had completely fallen apart. So I caved and admitted that perhaps we would need Light's assistance and its Valkyrie weapons to actually defeat the God, just as Anna Bray had continuously pointed out. As we closed on Rasmussen's door, we overloaded some of his systems in order to overcharge the weapon, yet the power. Unfortunate, but necessary step for what we were about to do. Despite Zala's gargantuan size and his great power, the intellect and light were very combined. We were able to overcome this greatness and saw it destroy the shadow of light. In the aftermath of the battle, Fusion made contact with us, and announced that he would be the guardian of the system of soul and of humanity, as he had once been, and that he would have been. At this moment, he began to launch an entirely new series of forces into the system, expected to reach the sight. Their explorations lead us to rediscover the project, and in particular, the sleeper simulant theories. But initially, it was the Guardians during the takeover of its links. We also found our first hints as to the true identity of so Stranger. After decoding several messages and sigils left behind, we discovered that the ex-of Stranger was likely to be his little sister, Elsie. Elsie's final message was simply asking us to watch over the was to protect the his care. There was also substance, whispers of life, with ruins to illustrate voices. Beneath, dark darkness, words of something, even though crashed at our hands. From these whispers, a challenge was wanted. Down here, dark, using this challenge, and proving our light within the hives of logic, we would discover that it was vast remnants of souls, foolish soul, cleft into a weapon, and manifest soul would bind himself to the logic of the soul within, to us, so that he would not only survive, but feed easily, killing blows that we dealt to our foes. We play foes of ourselves in the future, without greater challenges awaited us in Paris. Again,
So are we still going to go for tier 7, or are we just going to stop at 5?
As the conflict on Mars began to die down, Kate and the Queen's Ravens new abomination, the resources, invading mass of new Galaxy forces.
Honestly, I say we just do this one, because last time we got waves as number 2, we weren't able to clear it.
Crawling with Hive and Taken. Let's head down and dodge some of this heat.
As one of the barons, Vikrol the Fanatic spoke to Varax the Loyal. He made it clear that the Awoken was no strong leader without Mara. Varax saw this. He feared for the
Hey, Chief. Suit's leaking
it
from
was
that
the
last
last
tango.
that
Get that
pushed him
patched
over
up
the
before
edge
it gets ugly.
and made it feel
Yeah,
as though it was
thanks.
necessary
Definitely
to
didn't
avoid
notice the
his
stream
next
of bubbles before you
treacherous
pointed it
action.
out.
All right.
Varax the Wolf
I
was
hear you
What?
need my help. But if you ask me,
I was doing it yesterday.
you have a death wish.
Not for myself. Ziva
criminals
wants to
were
fight,
released,
wants us to
such as
prove
Aramis
we're
the
worth
ship stealer,
fighting.
Baron
I'm
Quince
happy to
Nicholas.
oblige her all the
Of
way into
course,
the ground.
most crucially of all,
I didn't think you'd want to help.
Petra recalled Kate immediately to help her contain things. And Kate was
Hey, an extra 3 rep is an extra 3 rep. Thank you, Alkane Dust.
prison once and for all. But deep concern, she headed down to the Supermax wing where the Barons and Aldrin were being locked away, and she found that they all made their respect. They were
13.
the lowest part of the others.
I am 7 into 13.
Okay, partner. Get drilling while I get loud and make
We've
something
got
for you.
a ways to go. But we will make it. Honestly, I think the play may just be grind out salvage for like 80 rep each, because salvage takes less time.
Take a large battlefield. Gates sentence. But it was Matilda who slowed Kate's weapon with the ace of spades, and asked him if he had any last words. It's before we could find the sun. Aldrin found Kate. Using shooting arrows in the sea. As we arrived, and those of Allied artillery forces to contract who were using friends. We stood globally as well as we need to forces. Silence that resistance since then. First time we spoke. But before going after Aldrin Solve, Agora had found something we needed to address. She had been having visions and dreams of light, potentially sent to her
Approaching empty on that
We
drill.
followed those dreams to Io, and were gifted with new understandings of light. As the powers enhanced, we lived the dream direct arms at for what came next. The unbounded words, eaten on shore, a lawless and open patch of space within the reef stand, frequented with pirates and smugglers. Petra looked up when our signal shortly after we arrived, and offered us some assistance against pirates. Assistance came in an unusual form. Elixir. Hello, Elixir. Elixir at our side nonetheless.
Honestly, the amount of reputation that the differences gives me is negligible. It's like an extra 30 rep. Okay. I can't deposit the fuel cell. But it's not drilling. The hell happened there? Nah, we're just soft locked at I got soft locked at a boss door in Onslaught earlier. Like one of the crystals just wasn't opening no matter how much we shot it.
Guided him to the European Dead Zone, where he took a shard of the Traveler and brought it with him to the Tangled Shores watchtower. Deep within that watchtower, the one that linked to the Dreaming City, the corruption behind Aldrin's eyes was starting to grow. In that moment, the darkness within Aldrin and the shard's light were combined. They opened a gateway within the inner chamber of the watchtower, a gateway that led to the Dreaming City. The apparition of that culture.
I should just ask Butch. I should just pay Butch to do this for me.
Swallowing whole just as we
Well, you don't?
We had to destroy this terrible monster. And after defeating it, a broken
Well, you have both of ours? I should just have you do this.
just as he had done to me. He then offered him his exploits, the Ace of Spades being held. Instead, he was safe with us. Instead, the echoes across the means, the story is still to come.
Oh, damn. Oh, to joining allies. The turn back kills you before it joins you to allies.
It would continue in the Dreaming City. She told us that we needed to make contact with Mark Salt, and that she could do so if we didn't return to the watchtower instead. But Aldrin was on the other side, to first glimpse the city. The Awoken's most famous place in all existence. We met up with Petra, and after reactivating an Awoken device called the Oracle Engine, we heard the voice of Mara Sov. But unlike the poor Aldrin, this was no apparition. This time, the voice of the Queen was real, and as it turned out, Eris, Mara, and Osiris' plans had borne fruit. Back at the Battle of Saturn, the Queen knew that she would need to die, and that her
Hey, at least we got tier 3 instead of tier 2 because we did the first thing.
much like the Hive, she carved a throne world for herself out of the Ascendant Queen. With the assistance of her captured wish dragon, Riven, she was able to create LSC.
Oh, fuck. 4 hours.
Pretty resilient.
Fortunately, the Dreaming City was vulnerable to an attack by Oryx in the opening moments.
Kalgara!
Oryx had reached through Mara's and even sent his agents into the Dreaming City.
Tanix Mark II! Hey, bro!
And worse still, 5 roads were descended. This most holy stronghold. But, worst of all, Riven had been taken by Oryx before he had destroyed her. She had been the one who had been tormenting Aldrin. She had been the one who had given him the visions of Mara. Responsible for Kate's death.
They knocked me off the map!
Together, we've been off to already. Aldrin might have pulled the trigger, but the real real menace behind this was the manipulations of Riven without.
I survived!
The vengeance of a monarch who has lived for 1,000,000 years is something to behold, and the action which Mara undertook was swift and decisive. At instigation, she decreed that the Dreaming City should be opened to the Guardians, and that we should assemble a team to hunt the events of Mara. We promised the bounty of the Awoken's realms yet again if we could slay Riven, and so we eagerly set out on our mission. As we worked our way towards the Queen's Walk spire, we could not have known the new we would unleash. As our feet touched the ground, our hearts were set on vengeance. And so it was already too late. We began our missions by freeing the Techians, Callie and Shu, who instructed us that they would be able to contain Riven's heart if only we killed her. They also warned against the strong desires that we brought to bear in our fight, telling us that our desires as 6 immortal godslayers could feed a nation of Ankara, let alone just one. But maybe we should have listened more closely. Moving deeper into the heart of the Dreaming City, we faced challenges.
Really? I got meleeed by a scion?
Its defenses and so last we reached the spire itself, confronted Riven in a battle. She had been empowered with the darkness of the taken energy, thanks to Oryx, and her Oryx, with power and strength as a dragon, was the enemy. Race up and down the spire, the last threat. Last, the killing blow struck.
Right, now put on my werewalker so I can get that ever so slight extra bit of reputation.
I've had a question burning in my head.
Rather wish of dark entity. As mortal godslayers, our will and desire was indeed a banquet for Riven, just as the Techians had warned. And with our wish to kill her, granted,
There ain't no one nearby to be collateral.
she used it to
But I
enact
can't
her
stay away anymore.
being who had visited
Staying
her
still
in
either.
isolation.
Yeah.
Alright, so that gave me 280 rep, and now I'm out of deep dive keys, so now we're gonna go do salvage.
We would know in fear from this day forward. Summer, the Witch Queen. She had also made a wish of Riven of 1,000 voices, but this time it was not one that Riven could so easily twist or so easily grant without the requisite power. Savathun's wish, the last wish Riven granted here in this moment, was that the Dreaming City should be taken.
And now we just...
Power had been delivered unto Ravens, and with jaws. It was
And now we do salvages until I have 2 deep dive keys, and when I get 2 deep dive keys, we go and run a deep dive, and rinse and repeat until the servers shut
the
off.
curse would grow in potency week by week until it crescendoed in the 3rd and final week. And then the cycle would begin again. Those trapped within the weft of the Dreaming City's curse are bound still to this day. They will repeat the same 3-week cycle over and over, perhaps for all eternity, until the universe has gutted out and there is nothing left but entropy. There is little that can be done to save them. None can leave, none can flee. They are trapped. They can only live out their eternal fates forevermore. Riven's final vengeance against the Awoken would not be the destruction of the Dreaming City that she had helped to build. It would not be the death of Aldrich at the hands of those looking to avenge Cade. It would instead be the curse of the Awoken people and their most sacred place. Riven had laid a trap like this for a long time, and now, this darkest moment, Riven's vengeance was complete. But as the curse cycle continued onward and the forces of the tower attempted to learn more about what exactly had caused it, there was an unexpected spark of light in this dark place. A ghost named Glint entered the Dreaming City. It had been doing what all ghosts do. It was searching for a guardian. His guardian. It found an abandoned monument on a distant cliff. To rest. Scanning the continent, Its knows that it was unworthy of the traveler's light. This was the one. This was his guardian. Once been known as Aldrin Solve, his guardian freshly reborn. This form was grief, memories of his past life, no recollection of what he had killed, or the pain that he had caused. He was a new person. His last life was not his to live. Soon enough he would find his full identity, his past self, and would discover the truth. But until then, he did have to choose a new name. And so he would
4K anime size.
as Aldrin Solve.
That's a name.
But as the crow, a light bearer. In the aftermath of Riven's defeat, an age of lawlessness descended upon the tower. Guardians had shown their open resentment towards the Vanguard for refusing to send full force after Aldrin Solve. The fact that the road had the notion of justice most people wanted to see by taking things into their own hands only soured this point further. There was a time when we saw the authority of the tower loosen to the point where we began forging strange alliances with new faces. One particular note would be Ada One of the Black Armory, the former Emperor of the Cabal, Callus, and a mysterious man with no name who would ask that we simply called him the Drifter. Our first real meeting was with Ada One.
I'm literally doing this blind right now. I'm just letting my rocket pistol take care of everything.
She ran what was left of the Black Armory.
Because I know it'll hit something even if I'm not looking.
Back before the collapse, which Ada had preserved.
Actually, if I'm gonna, yeah, that's a good point. If I'm gonna half AFK the salvages, I might as well just toss on Trinity Ghoul and lay while not looking at the PC, while not looking at the TV.
Explosive ordnance primed to blow. I need your assistance on this, Guardian.
Anything for me to do less work while I'm doing these salvages. I'll look at the screen and do things, but I'm going to be at an angle where it's going to be harder to control. But luckily, I have Trinity Ghoul, so I don't even need to do anything. I just need to get a kill and let it go. I just realized, Trinity Ghoul is like the one exotic I don't have an ornament for. Yeah, well, we don't have a raid team, so... Yes, but then I wouldn't be gaining reputation at the same time. I saw.
We have maintenance that needs to be done, and this area is too dangerous for anyone but a Guardian. Let's get to work.
I'm just trying not to get kicked for an activity. No, I'm playing upside down right now. Actually, that's a good idea. That's actually a really good idea. Holy crap. Okay, I don't want up and down inverted, but I do want left and right. I know. But if I asked you to take over, would you take over?
Guardians, we have enemies inbound on the 6th floor.
Butch, you may have to take over for the last 2 hours when I have to go take the car up to the shop. Aww. Aww. I just gotta force myself to stay awake until I get it done.
Guardians, stand strong. They're going to throw everything they have at us.
I'm starting to get a headache, man. Is it worth it? I'm so close to the seal, man. I'm 4 levels away, and the levels just get smaller as you get closer to 17. Let's just hope this gives me a deep dive key. What about it? I'm already in dim. I've been in dim this whole time. I am 60% to reset. Wait, you were what rank are you right now? I was in rank 9 when we started. $11. So it's not going to be possible if I don't get keys. Whether those keys be... I'm at 346 out of 750. $346 out of 750. And that gave me 66 rep, and it took us 14 minutes.
He says Keitel reminds him of himself, which is one of Osiris's favorite compliments.
I'll bet it is. Keitel took a long
I don't think it's worth it.
past, but I think she was able to see beyond her suspicions to the man himself. Did you know she asked Osiris to begin teaching the Cabal forces about the darkness? She wants to understand Strand and Stasis.
He neglected to mention that. It is oddly humble of him not to brag. It is good to see everyone is good.
I have no clue. How much is it to Mythic 1? Oh, I'm at 6,112.
And the lawless hive that had filled the lower decks of the Leviathan as nothing more than fodder or perhaps an entertaining amusement for Callus.
70-something, yeah.
Callus golden wheels were also his armed with riches should we succeed. Succeed we did. His actions would be so impressive to him that he would begin to see the world evolve into something more. Time
And that's without any key. And that's without any keys.
his secret agents and assassins protectors. Some involved in conspirators, same agents that had tried.
We have 4.5 hours until servers go down. 5.5.
Might have accepted the title. We might as well.
If I gave my info to Glows and had Glows switch off to do a deep dive whenever they got a key, it could probably get them done. I don't know. Are we counting the bonus reputation from wearing Wirewalker? I was.
We had interacted with his incorporeal spirit countless times by now. Since him, waters had guided us towards Rex the Taken King, we had never begun
Yeah, I don't think... I think we may just call the stream, honestly. That's with keys. I don't have any keys. I did not. A deep dive without a key gave me like 160. I'm just gonna call it 160.
Secure the area before they can cause any substantial damage.
But I don't know how long a deep dive takes. And how long did that take? Honestly, it might be better to just keep running deep dives. Do we just keep running failed deep dives?
Electrical is fried. Gonna need you to get in there and see what you can do to
Fuck it. Because 10 minutes for 160 from either way, even if it took us 15 minutes to do a failed deep dive, that would still be more reputation than I get from one salvage. Alright, sounds good. I've started doing that, and I'm gonna try and not do it during Final Shape. Or are we just gonna stand here and do nothing?
Move out, fire team.
I have 0 keys, yes.
This plan your worm has brought us is not all she has to offer.
I'm just as frustrated as you are. I hate the Hive, Saladin, hate them. You know.
No point in raging against something we can't change, I suppose.
We might want to do the first one so that we can get a tier... Do we get a bonus chest at tier 1? Do we still get 2 chests even at tier 1? Yeah.
Okay, partner. Get drilling while I get loud and make a diversion for you.
So it'll be 5 minutes plus however long it takes us to kill the boss. But I can discard my Acolyte Staff. But I can also get rid of my Ascendant Scepter, which would get rid of Defiant Keys. What? Oh yeah, no, I've been moving.
Guardian, down.
A video on the internet, and you'd be right to think that. It's that I created a series called Braylon. Okay? And I brought on a user his name is Matt Reeves. He's the one that did this. Here below. He initially makes video games. This is like things. Shut up, dude. Like, alright, let's do it. Ever since that work, Gridlock has been kind of catching on lately. It's
Guardian, down.
maybe absolutely. I love this. It's
Maybe.
They're gonna run from the distance. That's I don't want to go tireless because I don't really so but there were a lot of small things.
No.
It's just you
Honestly,
then now.
sometimes
Be the
I
one
come across
left
an horror
standing.
and I'll just decide to watch it myself. And I think that all of these
Guardian, down.
Well, that was a sound effect that hurt my ears.
And maybe put it on the main channel.
What the hell? Butch, did you die?
And just head in that kind of direction. Fire again, get that fire going.
Your body was just twirling in circles going down the hole.
Okay, let's try that out. And that's what we're going to do. And I figure a great place to start is with Kate. Has been blowing up lately.
Oh, look, it's the easy one.
And his channel has a few videos on what he's done.
No, because the other one we have to time the ogre kills. This one we just gotta take out some blights.
My screen right now. This guy right here. And I'm gonna go through his channel. This is my first video standing into frontiers. I know how much passion goes into this. I'm going to give everything my mistakes, what I watch, person active and all that. And I just want to say that how much time goes into goes into it. And so it's just where it's going. That I've helped create something that was art, and he's Tucson, and he's the visual effects master, and like mountaintop level visual effects. The guy started, he didn't know Blender from his butthole, but just kidding. He knew all the programs, but he wasn't very good with After Effects. He really didn't ever need it for anything, and it's just good work. Yes. So really good, and I hope that you'll like for saying these things. But yeah, I love when it's going. And I want to cover it. Type of goal that if you weren't preparing for, expecting, or even wanting. So all I can say is this. I hope you enjoy it. Now, the first video, TOE, starving.help. Maybe it's a starving help. The creature who wrote it, their spacebar ain't working.
Well, fuck.
So, alright guys, so see you later. Just, okay, you know what? Never mind, I don't want to do this. So, alright guys, so see you later. Just, have fun. I just need to get that scared. I don't like it. I do it every now and then to people, yes. Don't like having it done to me, alright? Okay, let's...
Ow, he just fucking punched me.
Okay. Cool. Alright, so let's go to the next one. No jump scare there. I'm kind of disappointed. Okay, and for the next video we've got here, it's Has This Ever Happened to You? All the lights. So let's give this one a watch.
Has this ever happened to you? It's getting dark outside. You are getting ready for bed.
No.
Wrapping in full glass of water.
No. See, you already got me all fucked up because it was sun's coming up. Sun's already up. Never mind. It's it's 7 in the morning, 7:08 in the morning right now. So, yeah, no. I go to bed when it's broad daylight. So you already got me all fucked up. I'm already pulled out of the immersion. Nice job, Dr. Nowhere. Or like.
The creator of the series, the digital horror series Greylock, reacting to the Boiled One phenomenon series.
In the house.
No, nope. I don't turn off every light in the house.
You need to know that. You need to know that. that thing is good, that something is following you as soon as you turn off the light. Well, worry not. We have a real installation.
Oh my.
There's nothing that follows you. After that follows.
Okay, alright. I'm sorry. I have to pause. That was fucking great. That face is awesome. I'm gonna actually go back to that. Wow. Look at that face. Look at that. That's terrific. That's awesome. That is great. Now I know that people, oh, the spooky face thing is so overdone, and oh gosh, I'm just so sick of scary faces in analog horror. Okay, come on, man. Scary faces are faces are inherently scary. The face's potential to be scary, even if you see someone who, where it's like an injury or a disease or something like that, and like it's inherently you feel bad for the person or whatever, it's different than if you see someone where like maybe they have an amputated limb or something like that. That could even put some people off. Not to say it offensively, of course, but to be completely honest, it puts you a little bit off. But when somebody's face looks different, it's just a whole different kind of feeling, and that's obviously, just ingrained in our DNA at this survival, uncanny valley. This is like uncanny canyon.
Gotta find out. Let me toss on the Werewalker.
I'm convinced. I'd like to take a moment to thank this episode's sponsor.
22.
As a devourer of the paranormal, Audible is my go-to for getting lost in other worlds. It's where I can listen to an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and Audible originals. One of my favorite listens is Phenomena, the published research of Annie Jacobson, an investigative journalist who dug into the infamous Project Stargate. And it perfectly pairs with Journeys Out of the Body by Robert Monroe, a pioneer in altered states of consciousness. If you want to learn the shocking truth about the human mind that you don't know yet, they are a
At this point, with what we used on this, it's not possible. I might as well just quit.
Free. Visit audible.com/Rob Gavigan, linked in the description below, or text Rob Gavigan to 500-500 to start your free trial and get immediate access to tons of titillating titles.
Wait, 9 a.m. PDT.
Anytime, traveling, doing chores, or just relaxing. So start your free trial and start expanding your mind with Audible.
Oh shit! Wait.
TOE love.thumper.
Wait! It is possible. I still have 8 hours.
What do you want? What do you want?
Shit! All right, no, we just got to keep running salvages. Then we got this because it would take 6 hours. We said it would take 8 hours of salvage, right?
Go.
But I'll get some keys from running salvage.
Okay. Oh, no. Nope.
It's fine.
Nope. No. At this point, you just charge out that door. Get the fuck away from me. Body appeared untouched. Okay, so a happy ending, right? The body appeared untouched. Bastard thing charged in the freaking room. Okay, well, that one was I'm not going to talk about that one. Let's move on to the next one.
So I will have to do this for all 8 hours.
Friends.
Well, I will have to do it for the entire 8 hours if I don't get any deep dive keys. Every time we get to... But every time we get 2 deep dive keys, we go and do a tier 4 run, which will give me 600, which will be almost a full rank.
This feels good. We strike back as one fist, crushing Zebu Arath's forces.
Every time I get 2 deep dive keys, we run a tier 4 deep dive, so just one where we clear all the rooms, no bonuses. I have a second win.
Hostiles inbound. Get between them and the salvage.
More than four runs of salvage, because 2 deep dive keys gets me like 600 something reputation. So yeah, about 4 runs. So if I can, it's doable as long as the. So I will be playing right up until the last minute. Yes and no. I would rather be sleeping and forgetting about my Aquanaut seal, but like, oh well, I've already committed at this point, you know? I still probably ought to just halfway AFK the salvages, but I'm just gonna sit here and hold the trigger while I do my videos. And then throw a whirling maelstrom to continue.
Time to rise and shine. Good children, bright and early. Good children play pretend. That drawing sucks. The kitchen. Good children do not play with their food until it is all gone. Should they play with it at all? Good children make friends. Also, I caught that little bastard. Okay, hold on. First of all, what should feel? Oh, okay. Just a heart hanging in the
It usually averages out about 14 to 15 minutes a salvage run.
That likes to slam on the...
But if we do it in 14 and we wait out the timer, then it would be 15 minutes. So your 15-minute average is probably accurate.
Based on, like, eating people? It's like one of those things, you know? Eats.
And even if it was just to remove a minute from each run, that would only cut, like, what, an hour off?
Kid or something, you know?
Because if it's 51 runs of salvage with no keys...
Okay, so pen pals. In 15 seconds, pals for life.
And occasionally I could get a salvage key, and then one of the salvage runs could give me like 200 reputation.
Okay, the old original, the young years, Smilehood. Smilehood. Does that sound? That's an uncomfortable smilehood. Ugh.
14 hours at 15 minutes.
Smile, baby, touch my smile. Sorry, all right, I'm not gonna do that, okay?
So it's really not it's really not possible, is it?
Carter and Dominic are online. Miss their faces.
If I get lucky with the key drop RNG, it'll be possible.
Guessing that's gonna go poorly. It's used. The government personnel viewing only. Hello.
True.
Yo, man, what's up? It's been like forever. Okay.
So really, I should just stop while I'm ahead and get some
I
sleep.
thought you were dead or something. Look, we've been online friends for a while. Yes. Best thought friend. Uh-oh.
So really, I should just stop while I'm ahead and get some sleep.
Yeah. Hey, look, I know it's none of my business, but it feels like
If it's not reasonable,
you've been going through stuff.
because I gotta go take the car to the shop at 7 anyway, so I'd be losing an hour.
Okay. Like I said, it's none of my beeswax.
So I don't think it's feasible. I think I ought to just stop and go to bed after this one.
Video call?
I can say I tried my hardest. I did pretty well for
You say
only doing this on the last day that I had, you know?
no matter what. If you've been okay lately, been kind of worried or whatever. You know,
I made it 61% to my 61% away of the final triumph of my seal.
best friend with a star, even has a star next to his name. Big smiley face right here. And it's almost 1 a.m. So if it's almost 1 a.m. Sorry, dude, I'm not that friend. I'm not that much friend, you know? My friend gauge isn't that full. Black time zones. Please now. Calm down. Seriously, are you good? Like I said, I'm here if you want to talk. It's trying to. I know you started that new school recently and it was whack. Okay, yes, talk face. Oh, man. This monster, whatever the hell it is actually pretty funny. Just like, hey, dude, what's up? How you been? How's it going, man? I've been thinking about you. I've been really, really just hoping you're doing okay. And just, you've been on my mind. Okay. just stone-faced. Okay, yeah. Uh-huh. Yup. Okay. Okay, yes, talk face. Hey, no, seriously, I can't. Well, I like how they put the typo in there. Makes it more convincing. The use of online friends, though, wasn't very convincing. Like, I don't think I've ever talked to one of my online friends and said, hey, we've been online friends for a while now. I just call them a friend. Really sorry, but tomorrow, okay?
The bounties only give XP.
Seriously, are you all right, Dom? Oh, so that's what's here. It's a Dom sub thing. So, please. Okay, you're begging. It's awkward. Whoa. Okay. Please.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay.
I tried. I have evidence that I tried. I guess I'm just gonna have to make do with 3 of 5 pins from 2023.
Please. Okay.
I try to buy every seal pin that for every seal I get.
Though, I swear, if this is a weird heckin' prank, those, they were never fun. I had one of those heckin'...
The only reason I grind... Yeah, because I don't have full sets from any season yet. I'm always missing at least one.
If it makes any sense. No. If it makes any sense. Everything inside was gone.
Thanks for trying to help me, man. I will... At some point before servers go down, I'll get on my computer and get you the annual pass in Lightfall.
Wow. That was cool. I like...
There's no skin off my back.
See, actually, it looks like they made up the Pen Palace thing. It was good. It was really well done. It was very well done. I like that. Made me think...
I already have a full day 1 raid group, yeah.
Kind of drawing thing, like Inkling.
I can put you in the Discord chat as a backup, because I only have 2 people on the bench right now, and I'd like to have a 3rd bench.
Total tangent. I don't give a shit. We'd be sitting in the same room, and, we'd both be...
Granted, you do have to have the entire campaign and a second quest complete to do the raid.
Well, 13-year-olds who are playing it to win, as if their parents are going to kick the living crap out of them and throw them out of the house if they don't win this round of Ink Link. So they were like, I mean, the pressure was on.
Yeah, I usually do day one solo I've been doing day one solo legends since
My friend
Witch Queen.
You have to draw, and I'd be like, okay, draw a pig. or whatever.
I do solo legend because it automatically gets you up to the light level you need.
You know, oink, mud, whatever.
Yeah, I don't think so, but also it'll give me exotics, and it'll also probably give me one of the prismatic exotics, the prismatic class items. So I'll probably... And the reason I do solo legend is because the more people in your fire team, the harder legend difficulty gets, especially with the way the revive tokens work. I'd rather die and wipe than die and have like 30 seconds to get a res.
Okay, and for the final video on the channel, now this one, the other one's really short. This one is 10 minutes and 40 seconds long. It's called The Boiled One Phenomenon.
It is easier, except for the fact that the way the revive tokens work, you only get one death per person, and you only have 30 seconds to get that revive. So if the revive isn't safe, you're basically screwed into a wipe.
Okay, all following media.
Whereas you can play it safe doing it solo, and don't have to worry about that.
Great care has been taken to keep the identities of persons.
You did it in Witch Queen.
As they requested. Warning: this video contains elements which are known to cause mild to severe cognito-hazardous conditions. Cognito-hazard. Like SCP cognito-hazards? Are we watching an SCP analog horror and not knowing it? Interesting. I love SCPs. Like, I could go over SCPs all day, every day. I could just go over SCPs, but I don't know. I don't know if that's something anyone would be into or not. Let me know in the comments below. But anyway, cause mild severe cognito-hazardous conditions, including properties that may mentally and physically affect the viewer. Please refer to the following procedures in order to guarantee your safest possible viewing experience. You got it. You got it. Make sure you have the following in the vicinity: earplugs, a pencil, a sheet of paper, a standard Christian Bible open to Psalms 91:10. All normal stuff. Normal. Is that like lies or something like that? I think. The only reason I would really know that is because of Greylock and just looking up. Or maybe not. Maybe I could be mixing that up, I think. I think it makes sense. Come on, you internet Bible, load. Internet Bibles these days, man. There shall no evil befall thee. Neither shall any plague come nigh thy dwelling, for he shall give his angels charge over thee, to keep thee in all. Okay? So I guess no harm will overtake you, no disaster will come near your tent. But if you have a house, you're fine. But, so, okay, cool. Cool, so that's easily a protection thing. Cool.
I have a bunch of stuff coming in tomorrow. Leticia, Lancelot, Albion. Oh, I already told you this, didn't I?
Insert your earplugs and turn to
yeah.
Right following on the pic. What was that? I can see this paper, I can see my hand. I can't hear the screaming of thousands. I can't hear the feast. I am moving, breathing. I am a moving, breathing human being on planet Earth. Okay, so that's true. Okay. Okay, I got it. I can't see this paper. I have no hand. I can hear the laughter of thousands. I can hear the beast. I cannot move, nor do I want to. Pretty normal shit. Which one do I write?
I am checking right now. Tossing on the wire walker. Opening the chest without a salvage key.
After these words are written,
And it gives me exactly when it shows up. Please show up. Please show up. There's the loot. Where's the reputation? 66 reputation.
Just contact authorities immediately afterwards. You will be administered
66.
Okay, this is an SCP thing. You will be administered amnestics. Many appear to lead a normal life afterwards. They appear to
Oh well.
somewhat more comfortable.
I'm not gonna do it, and I'm not even gonna try.
Many appear to look okay. The boils and phenomenal.
Good night, stream. That was the final stream of the Lightfall expansion. I will see all of you Tuesday at noon for the final shape. Thank you for anyone who tuned into the stream, and big shout out to Glows for helping me out with this, even though it was futile and a waste of our time. I'm gonna get some sleep, and I will